So, first thing is oh wait, actually the cameras are in pretty good position. I was messing with my computer yesterday and I thought I pulled both of the cameras off of my monitors. Let me actually there's no easy way to do this. Let me do this over here. Hey Digite. Alright, let's set this to 45. Alright, we'll just make these all lower. Good. Alright, let's start the day with pink lights there. So, there are a couple things to do. Oh, this is one of them. Yeah, we're for you. Oh, hey, Void Dreamer. Oh, wait, I'm on the wrong page over here. I gotta switch to chat. Okay. There, perfect. Yeah, so today, clean up to-do list and bang today. Yeah. One of the other things is came up with some ideas for 100 days of Botland, but they'll take some time to implement. Hey Weedly. What's wrong, Weedly? So we're going to put this as week of 229. Oh, and then also ask people about recap videos. I may just put those on hold for a while. So let's take all of the things off of this list. So this is one thing. I'm just going to paste them into here for now. That way I don't have to lose my where I'm scrolled to. If you lose a ping, you don't know which place is the reality. Cool. Matchmaking service. I guess that part's done. This we're just going to say is done. Set up basic primary and secondary system. We're going to mark that as done too. Okay, I'm going to have to specify a bunch of IP addresses through these environment variables. Start writing the matchmaker call out to the overseer. So I guess I copy all of this into here. And what do we have left? This stuff. And then this stuff. Okay. Well, last week there was certainly a lot of text here. Hey Tembura, hey Wraithy. And then let's save this into, so we mark this as done and then we try exporting it and it worked, good. So, and then we put the new stuff over here, or rather the old stuff over here. So this is the where I left off point. Yeah, and I never even checked this in. Man, I also spent a bunch of time on 22816 looking into donation stuff. Still hesitant due to chargebacks. Oh yeah. Specs. Actually, let me do something really fast. Where did this? Okay. I feel you think chargebacks happen a lot. They really don't. Well, so here's one of the things I was wondering about. There was someone who has 90,000 followers, and he said that they happen 2 to 3 times a month. So that's one stat that I have, 90,000 followers, and this particular person said 2 to 3 chargebacks per month. So what I'm wondering about though is if I'm the kind of person who wants to troll a channel, would I troll the person who has 90,000 followers or would I troll the person who has 1,700 followers. Because even if I get one a month, I think it'd be annoying. Weedley says, I was making a snack and then I forgot about it. Well, my computer is apparently struggling to expand this bread, which that's a little bit bad. Oh, also set up a laptop today. That's another thing I want to do. Set up laptop today with VMs. What is going on here? I'm already practically at max CPU. Did I change something in here? Because like my video froze a while ago apparently, and I like to not have it freeze. God, this is stupid. I didn't change encoding. I didn't change this thing from ultra fast. Yeah, I don't know. My CPU intensive bread crashed the stream. I don't know what to do about this. Oh, by the way, okay, so I guess this is the time to share the news. I ordered a new computer. I'm gonna paste this into chat. Let me make sure this is visible to someone who... Actually, this is probably gonna... Man, still have high CPU usage over here. Okay, let's just close out of all this stuff. What else is even using my CPU? Chrome is a very little bit. How is Chrome even using the 6 or 7% that it's using? I have 2 tabs open. God, sometimes. And system. What is this doing? Nobody knows. Huh. You did commit then? Yeah, I did commit. I'll show you guys as soon as I figure out why I can't even... Like, I'm doing hardly anything on my computer right now. And it's maxed out. 60% is maxed because of my hyper-threading. Man, this is so annoying. It's whatever system is doing that's causing this to take forever. Did you set up the new machine to have a dedicated OS drive? Is there... No, I mean, disk is not usually the bottleneck for me. It's CPU. Wouldn't it be difficult for one person to troll a stream with donations? If you think someone is trolling you, don't accept donations from that PayPal account. It's not easy to create a new PayPal account since you need a real credit card. Yeah, and so that's one of the things. One of the big conclusions. One of the big conclusions I came to is that if I'm going to enable donations, that I should just disable them if they become a problem. Oh, for maintenance reasons? I see. Wouldn't it be difficult for one person to control a stream with donations? So let me think about this. So if I don't accept donations from an account, I guess if it's a name or something that I don't recognize, then I guess they can't charge it back. I have 2 drives already, but my SSD is used for the OS and then some extra stuff on top of it. Did you check if your CPU cores are parked? No, it's not parked. I had looked into this a while ago. Man. This is frustrating though. Because, oh, it went down to 52%. Okay, well, at least I can move on with what I was doing then. As long as this doesn't go back up to 58. I just don't know what system is even doing here. I also don't know why Java is taking 1.6%, because that's botland bot. And it shouldn't be taking that long. There's nothing else even happening on my machine. Well, this will all be fixed in a week. Because I ordered the new parts, and I'm going to link them to you in a second. I can't watch or hear this stream now, but you can offload video encoding your graphics card and free up a lot of CPU. Okay, well, that only works with newer graphics card. The freezing is worse than usual. Yeah. Yeah. I am gonna... Is there some way I can make OBS take... Hang on a second. Let me do this for a second. Okay. That made OBS take like 1% less CPU to turn off my monitor. Or turn off the visibility of that. Let me turn off the keycam maybe. Like... this is just terrible. Oh, good. System finally calmed down. All right, good. There. Now I'm at 33% usage. I don't know what this thing was doing, but I can turn this back on now and hopefully get to work and not bother everyone on stream. Like I said, this should all go away in a week anyway. Okay, now it's back up to normal. Never mind. Maybe it's just a... Maybe it was the keyboard camera. That's weird. Yeah. Turning off the keyboard camera saves me like 30% CPU usage. Well, I guess you guys aren't going to have a keyboard camera today. Yeah, I am running Flux, but that shouldn't exit Flux. Wait, do you think that was an issue? Is this not a keyboard camera thing? Is this going to go up to 58% again? Yes, it is. So we're going to just keep the keyboard camera off. Okay, well, let me link this thing in the chat for right now. Here's the new computer that I built, or while I'm building. I put links to everything and costs, and I also said the stuff that I already have and when it was from. And so you can see some of these things. My power supply and my hard drive were from 2008. My monitors are from, they're like 5 or 6 years old. My mouse is pretty new. Also, I like the little animals that Google puts on here. So yeah, this is the new stuff that I'm getting. So basically, I'll kind of just quickly go over this. I currently have 12 gigabytes of RAM, but it's running at 533 megahertz, I think. So this is like 6 times faster and also 4 gigabytes more. My case is 13 years old and is just a piece of trash at this point. It's from a company that I don't even think exists any longer, A to Z Comp. Oh wait, what? This does exist? We would like to show you a description here, but the site won't allow us. Oh my god. Oh, this looks bad. Nope. Okay, yeah. Forget that. So I think that thing has just gone under. Shipping and handling, I paid for it so that I get it like this week. I want to make sure that the streams aren't suffering for much longer. It gives you the nerves. I work with some clients and does not affect me. I work with you and it gives me the nerves because I care. Ah, Digitech. So I got a motherboard. I got a much, much nicer CPU. I checked the benchmarks for this. My current one is a 5,000 where more is better. And this new one is, I think, like a 10,000. And I don't know if it's linear or logarithmic, but just benchmark says it's better. And I got a cooler for it too. I did a lot of research on this. I watched so many videos yesterday. I read so much stuff. I wanted to make sure that this would fit inside the case that I got with the motherboard that I have, and that there wouldn't be a problem with RAM too. Apparently, this cooler is large enough where it overflows a little bit into the first RAM slot. So all in all, I paid $750, and I already own about $800 worth of stuff. So my total computer cost is like $1,600. And that's not even counting things like cameras and microphone and speakers. So it's probably more like 1,700 or 1,800. Oh wow. Am I going to reinstall my OS? No, I don't plan on it. Okay. So yeah, and I might do this, but we'll see. So I want to put this dock in the specs thing. Also, let me know if the freezing happens any longer. I turned off my keyboard camera and I might need to leave it off for today. And so with it off, I'm at pretty good CPU. 23%, that's fine. I love the way your spreadsheets and notes for everything. I only do that for some things. Well, I did that mostly for the stream because I wanted to share this stuff and I didn't want people to ask like, oh, where'd you get that from? Or how much was that thing? And what was that AZ comp name for the case? It was A2Z comp, I believe. And Red as a Tortoise, I actually bought, I think, many things from there. I might have even, I don't remember, because if I got the case 13 years ago, then that means whatever else I bought from them, I got 13 years ago as well. And I don't know if it was a full computer. It probably was, that they just shipped to me. I don't remember. But then I remember going back on the site years later and they had American flags and like bald eagles on the page. And it was still selling computers. But I thought that was pretty weird. Okay, let's load this up. So specs. Adam's current computer. Adam's new computer. Arriving by... When does this arrive? I think it's a Thursday. I'll just write 2/4/16. Because then it's all powers of 2. I actually would like to shorten this link. I am not a robot. Select all images with fish. Okay, we got fish. We got fish bread, a fish sandwich. I don't even know what that's a picture of. Oh my god, I just want to paste. Copy. Okay. Whoa, calm down there. There we go. Okay, so this should work. So Adam's current computer and Adam's new computer. Yeah. Okay, cool. So that's done. Cleanup to-do list is not totally done yet, actually. Yeah, I still got to do that. And then today, well, I'll know after I'm done with the to-do list. You'd be surprised if plopping my current OS on new hardware will work that great. Why is that? I mean, why would you be surprised? Because usually, yeah, I don't think there should be a problem. Okay, I'm gonna put all this stuff into the other list now. This goes here. And then we just clean this up. So where I left off, I'm going to have to specify a bunch of IP addresses. So clean up commit. And there's this. Start writing the matchmaker. Okay, so then I think this is what we're going to work on today. Matchmaker overview. So I have Windows 8.1 right now, and when I do the upgrade, I plan on just swapping out the motherboard, CPU, and RAM. Did anyone see Pokemon on Twitch yesterday? Did something special happen with it? So clean up to-do list. Now today is the next bit. Okay. So last updated we can put here. Adam is continuing to work. There. Arriving by 3/4/16. Yeah, thank you, Orange. Windows 10. Alright, so that's done. Next, set up laptop with VMs. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta go grab my laptop for this. Okay. Month day versus day month. Yeah, guess who's never gonna change that? Me. ETA equals estimated time of arrival, but I just use it as a general estimated time until just something. Okay. So I got my computer. I wanted to set up a couple of things on here. So let me set up, what's it called? VNC. Actually, it should already be set up, I think. Let's try connecting to it. And this is very likely. Huh. This computer is also bad. I just don't like owning good computers. I think that's what I've learned about myself. And, well, okay, Void Dreamer, I will probably upgrade while it's still free, but what I'm getting at is, I think first I'm going to upgrade my hardware while I'm still on 8 and 8.1, and then I'll upgrade the OS after that. Error, a connection attempt failed because the connected party did not respond properly. Oh, 192, what? My IP address changed. I thought my router wouldn't allow that. Oh, that's weird. Wait, what is my password here? Hey, cool, it worked. So now, you could watch as I type upside down. Hello. Except for this didn't really show on my camera, did it? But whatever. So now I'm connected to the laptop. That's important. And now I can run VMs off of this. Do I have VirtualBox on here? Aha, I did install this. Wow. Is it gonna load? I just wanted to start this. I don't think this is gonna do anything. So this computer, this particular one that I'm on right now, is almost always locked at 100% disk usage. It has an absolutely terrible drive in it. Just horrible. This will be the case for the next probably 5 or 10 minutes that it's stuck at that much. Hey Skynet. Okay, well let's start this up. I guess let's do a normal start. Okay. Yeah, so while that's working, yeah, I'll keep this on the list at least. But cleaning up the commit is the next thing I've got to do. Let's close out of these things, and what do I have here? Yeah, that's fine. And here I decided that I was going to use main. I'll leave this open too. Okay, great. So then we can check this in. Also, we can keep looking at this. I'm telling you, this is going to be the case. This 100% is going to be the case for a very, very long time. This is just not a good disk. The CPU is not bad, actually. I'm kind of surprised that that's at 40%. Any new art? No, so we were supposed to have a meeting on Saturday, and the art guy was sick. And they were supposed to have a meeting on Sunday, and then Ian was sick. And so now we're supposed to have the meeting today. Okay. Today has been slow to get started. And no, Dodge Whale, I think they're both actually sick. Found matchmaker, calling register matchmaker. Okay. Get the master state. Yeah. So I fixed a bunch of bugs. Fixed a bunch of bugs in Endpoint Monitor that were mostly due to sloppy coding and a lack of testing. Way too long question in the poll. Well, what are you gonna do about it? Yeah. So, actually, could I just check this in? Did I change anything else here? Yeah, I think I can just check that in. So let's check that in. Good. Okay, good. Package.json, what did I add here? This is in the matchmaker, I believe, so that it can act as a client. Okay, so the matchmaker can now be started. All it will do upon starting is connect to the overseer REST server in order to register itself. Hey, I hope all of you guys have a great day, smiley face. Smiley face is throwing me off. Adam, are you using JavaScript classes? I recently wrote some code using classes later to find out that IE and Opera don't support it. I am using classes, but I'm doing it on Node. So none of this will ever run in the browser. And the stuff that I write with classes that does run in the browser gets transpiled into JavaScript ES5 code. And by the way, you can do the same thing, Dodge Whale, if you want to. If you write code using classes, then you can just transpile the code. Hey, Smooth Dog. Period head and hand waving thing. Okay, so main.js is still not ready to be checked in, but these things should be, and I have no idea what I just launched by doing that. Probably this thing. What was that? Run matchmaker node main. Okay, yeah, no, that's probably fine. Okay, so then let's just look at these files. So we have main. All this is going to do is register with the overseer and then print out the master state. Let's try this out. What does this need to even run? Can I do this stuff? Also, how is this VM? Oh my God, we're at 11% disk usage. Who would have thought? Hi, Sis Void. I haven't seen you here before. How long have you been here for? Oh, you haven't been here yet. Well, hello from the past. Okay, so I'm connected to this machine. I want to get rid of this stuff here, and then I want to launch actually a couple of things. Why can't I click this? Oh, it's just really slow. Wired connected. Wired settings. So this should give me an IP address. So this is the new Debian 10. It's released by Microsoft Windows. So you can see there's a bar down here. All right, that's not an address I thought I'd see. 10.02.15. Can I connect to that from here? No, because that's a private network running on my laptop apparently. Oh wait, I know why this is happening. And I also... Oh, that's too bad. I think I need to restart the machine for this. Okay, network, yeah, attached to NAT, darn it. Bridged adapter. This doesn't just get updated automatically though, right? I gotta restart this machine now? Or can I turn this up? Oh, whoa. It did update automatically. Except for this is not an address I can use. Let's get a terminal up in here. Takes forever to gain a day in view time. Yeah, it's 3 business days of watching the entire time. So do I have sudo? You know what I say about computers without sudo. Actually, I don't need it. No, get rid of that. If config. Alright, so I am on 1.20, so I should be able to ping that from here. 192.168.120. Okay, good. I can. So I should be able to SSH into it as well. Let's try that out. SSH 192.168.120. Should just ask for my password. Nope. Connection refused. What? Do I not have SSH set up? Okay. I clearly don't remember this. Also, I might have started this with pretty poor performance. System, processor, yeah, processor set to 1 and RAM is set to 768. It's more the processor that I'm concerned about there. But I have that. Now I can do apt-get install sudo htop screen curl build essential. Okay, that'll take forever. Is OpenSSH on that system? It should have been because of how I installed the OS, but maybe it's not. That's not a terminal, the background isn't black. view. Oh, I'd have to actually go into the settings or something like that. Also, how are we doing on CPU use now, or in disk use? Okay, well that's fine. Yeah, I won't be able to do anything too intense on here. While that's working, I'm going to go over to my normal computer, good old Windows, and let's launch an Overseer, and let's launch a Matchmaker. I have a feeling that one of these things is going to be broken, possibly even both. Oh, good. It actually worked. Rasp.body.master_state 2. Yeah. Okay. Good. We are in good shape. So the matchmaker cannot be started. All it will do upon starting is connect to the overseer in order to register itself. It will then print the master state out on the out in the console. That's it. Great. Cool. So let's make sure the code looks good here. This is mostly copy pasted. And then we have register with overseer and then print it. And as long as we're printing stuff, we have setup logging. I guess we don't do any logging itself from here. That should probably be changed. Let's get the logger. And then let's use it here by doing logger.info. And we'll just try that out. This should work exactly the same. Good, it did. Well, it printed info beforehand, that's fine. So then this is good, I like that. REST client, this is the matchmaker REST client. We have register with overseer, phone home to the overseer in order to find out whether we're the master or the secondary. And this returns a promise that will resolve with the JSON response. Now there are some problems here. This is not needed. And we can just put a logger.log somewhere down here. Logger.info. Registering with the overseer. Register API URL. Okay, that looks good too. Then we have one more file, and that is the base REST client. Okay, and I'll write this here. We save this so that, and then this is of type, this is a super agent as promised. How should I write this? Super agent as promised. Here. Also, did this thing finish up? Good. Now, do I have? No. Why can't? Open SSH. Command not found. SSH. Debian enable SSH access. And then here we have super agent as promised. Where is their GitHub? Where is their GitHub? It's usually a link on the upper right. Huh. Weird. I thought this had to exist on GitHub somewhere. Oh well, let's just search it on GitHub then. Site github.com. It's probably this. Then why didn't the NPM page link to this though? Huh. Yeah, this is the same thing. Weird. Okay, well I wanted to take a look at what they call this. They call it a request. So it's really just a super agent. And they take in, yep. Wow, very simple library. So let's look at super agent itself. Yeah, I think I'll just write super agent. Okay, so hard code this. AWS uses DNS, whereas AWS uses DNS. Local setups use an environment specified URL. Make sure REST URLs end in a slash so that we can concatenate API URL getting back to this. So I wanted to look at how to install this. And the way I've set this up, it always had this. I guess I just need this. Open SSH server. Do I already have this running? Service open, where's the hyphen? SSH server status. Not found. Okay, I probably just don't have it then. So apt-get install -y open SSH server. So now I should be able to SSH into it? Put on burgers. Oh, God. All right, so SSH Adam at 192.168.120. Oh, perfect. Okay, that's points to MCS Mike. So that's something I needed to do. Basic setup. Apt-get install open SSH server. If SSH server isn't already running, then install it with this. Cool. So then this is set up. Do I have everything I need on this machine? HTOP screen, build essential. Because I want to take a snapshot of this, so I need to make sure I've got everything. Maybe node and git. Do I have git? Do I have node? Do I have MVM? Nope, none of those things. So let's install git as well. Sudo, no, I don't need sudo. Apt-get install -y git. Oh, I do need sudo. So add user, actually su, add user Adam sudo. Now I log out and log back in. Oh, which I didn't need to do that, did I? I could have done new group sudo, but then I run sudo apt-get install git, and now everything works. Great, cool. I forgot to type -y. So then the last thing to get is node, and node is very tedious to install. Oh wait, no it's not. Ha! It used to be very tedious to install. SSH Adam at 192.168.120. I hadn't started a screen, so I need to do this in a separate prompt. Let's do this. Oops. You guys saw my password in plain text. Oh no. What am I gonna do? Oh, what's going on here? Sudo password for Adam. How is it not password? Do they have... Yeah, what is going on here? Well, I think this computer hates me. Doesn't make sense that it hates me, but it hates me. Let's do switch user then. And now we can paste this in, but without... No. Oh, something weird's happening here. Oh, that's why. Sudo -e bash. This should work. Yeah, I think this should work. Then we just take a snapshot once we're done with that. And so make sure to take snapshots, then start up as many VMs as possible. I don't know how many that computer can handle before it just lights on fire. Because it's trying to install, oh, maybe network cut out to this thing. That would mean that I shouldn't be able to see this update, and I can. So the network didn't cut out to this, it could have cut out to the VM. Can I curl anything? Huh, no. Run Debian without DE. Oh, hey, that worked. So this is just really slow. And what is DE? I gotta do this. Do you even curl? Boy Dreamer, did you already get lunch today? Huh. Just really, really slow. So then, oh hey, this worked. So then I can install this too. Sudo apt-get install -y node.js. Could not open lock. Resource temporarily unavailable. Oh, desktop environment. Yeah, I only had that running so that I could make sure that SSH was working. And now that it is working, yeah, I can close this. Don't power off the machine. Actually, I guess we could power off the machine. I wanted this thing to finish running. So I gotta install Git and I gotta install, alright, I can't even control C out of this stuff. Well, let's just close these tabs and yes, just shut down the computer, I guess. Okay, so cancel this. I still want this thing running. Let's disable sudo system control disable GDM. Cool. So now let's reboot this. Nice. So this thing should never start up again that way. I just want to close the window. What? No, quit doing this. Alright, let's just send the power off, I guess. Great. Now we can start it headless. There. Alright. So, yeah, I should be able to connect to this machine again. Let's try. And maybe I should make these like the laptop version of Debian. Yeah, let's do that. So we'll connect to L1. Go to DL1. So DL1 is 20. Good. So Debian L1. I wonder if I can have it specify the password directly in SSH. SSH specify password. Is this possible? I don't care how not secure this is. Best to set up passphrases and then add to SSH agent. Once set up, you log in with the username and passphrase is automatically sent from SSH agent. Yeah, this is probably the best way then. I could just set up public private key and then I'd be fine and then make sure they're on any box that I have. Yeah, I guess that would be fine. That's what I should probably do. Set up public / private key SSH. So let's go back to this. I should be able to connect to this just normally. Yeah. Right. Okay, I am. So then let's make a screen so that I don't screw that up again. Let's just run htop in this one. Good. And then over here we'll do sudo apt-get install -y git. Okay. That should work. It's still taking forever though. What? Why would it take forever? It's got to install 5 megabytes worth of stuff, right? Oh no, 25 megabytes worth of stuff. Yeah, weird. Very weird. Okay, well let's try installing. So we're going to rename this one to Git and let's go install the node version over here. So we want this command again. Maybe your internet is over quota. I don't think it should be. But it is pretty frustrating. And this is why I can't wait until a week from now. So on day, what is today? 94, I think. God, I never know what day it is. Title. Day 94. Yeah. So on day 98, I think I should have a new computer. Teachers disagree on Git versus Post. What's your opinion? It's just a matter of convention. So Git to me means that you're not modifying a resource, and Post means that you're doing some modification of the resource or some creation, some action like that. Oh wait, no, you're not talking about. No, maybe you are. Yeah, so Git you should be able to call many, many times and not have the server change at all. And Post should be something that yeah, you have a modification of resource. And part of the reason why is because of just browser conventions. When you press the back button with a Git URL, you're going to do whatever it is that the Git URL was doing the first time. So that's why ideally it should be, it should not have side effects. Okay, yeah, this is basically doing nothing at this point. I'm not sure, how would I even figure out what's wrong? I've never had this happen before. Okay, big problem. I can't download Git on my VM. It's stuck at 0%. This thing is showing 0% network, and yet it has to be, the laptop has network to it, and very weird. I can't do this either. HTOP says that it's running fine. Let's make another window and just curl google.com again. Because Google is a page that we know for sure their server is not going to have a problem. So if it's taking 10 seconds to get google.com, then there's definitely an issue here. Hey, Z Ultralord. I had a good weekend. I did a lot of research this weekend. I bought a new computer, which I'm not actually using yet because I don't have it. It's shipping. And I looked into the donation stuff a while. Is IPv6 enabled? If so, you have to do something special. I've had that problem before. Well, so the weird thing is I just installed everything before rebooting just fine. I got screen, I got curl, I got sudo. And now I can't do anything. So is IPv6 enabled and do I have NAT set up correctly? Let's go check that out. Huh. You know what I could try actually? Let me try this. Yeah, let me try this. I will take this network cable and I'll try this instead of Wi-Fi. Okay, is that gonna help me out here? Now I just change this to this. That'll probably break my SSH connection. In fact, it'll almost definitely do that. Oh, whoa, it worked. Oh, it worked. What about these things? Yeah, now it's working. So it was a Wi-Fi thing? Because, yeah, these things appear to be working just fine now. This one didn't do anything yet. Although, for all I know, it's still taking time. The network is bridging as 0, not Wi-Fi? Wait, what? No, it has to... I mean, I SSH'd into the machine. The only way for that to work is if the VM had network. Right? I don't know. Maybe my understanding of this is wrong. Okay, well, I should have Git now. Good, I do. So then this, let's just rerun this. Maybe it'll, oh, there it goes. That was easy. Okay, well, there we have it. So we just need to install Node, and then we're good. No, that took too long. Oh, is this the thing that takes forever? I think installing Node is going to take forever. Oh well, we got to do it. I bet if you change the bridge drop down to your Wi-Fi adapter and unplug the ETH0, it would work. So you're suggesting I change this to my wireless and then unplug ETH0. It had selected wireless before this. And I was able to download things before rebooting. I'm not totally sure how all that happened. Oh, so I should have Node now, right? Node, cool. What version do I have? Probably 5.7. Oops. 5.7, yeah. That's fine. Well, this whole thing's installed, so this machine should be ready to use. I'm not suggesting, I'm just saying I bet that's why. Oh, okay. What do I do next? I guess take a snapshot of this. And then clone it. So, oh wow. Yeah, 21 days ago is when I set this up. So how do I take a snapshot? This button. So snapshot name, set up all executables. If you can connect locally and not out of network, it's probably DNS. Oh, no, wait, no. But again, like I did sudo apt-get, or no, I did apt-get install, sudo curl screen, all of that worked, but then installing Git didn't work. Throw your laptop out the window. Wait, did you answer me earlier, Void Dreamer? Did you get lunch already? I wanted to know if you're on a food high, or maybe having a complete finger and not a cut open one. I should get points for that. I think I'll very rarely give points for good jokes. It has happened before. There was one pun someone made a long time ago. Oh, I don't remember who it was, but it was a good pun. Okay, so I have this set up. I didn't set up the keys on the box though, so I need to do that. Now I should have a key somewhere. Maybe I'll need to make one. Yeah, I should make one. So let's do SSH keygen. So file in which I want to save it. First, let's go take a look at my SSH folder. User profile SSH. So I have GitHub, Bitbucket. I guess I should make one called local VMs. Yeah. Passphrase. No, I don't need a passphrase for this. Okay, cool. So now we have this just for local VMs. I want to put this on the box. Let's go into SSH. Yeah, there it is. No, there it is not. Where did this thing save? It saved it in the directory above here. Darn it. Local VMs. I don't even see it there. Where did this thing save? Local VMs. Oh, there it is. Okay, so move that to SSH and move that to SSH. Well, Void Dreamer, just start a straw poll whenever that happens. Ask other people what they think you should eat. Okay, so it's been an hour and I'm almost done setting up these VMs. Stupid computer problems. The only thing I have left to do is put this key on the box. So let's do that. I can SCP. Let's look up the SCP command. Yeah, here we go. So I can do this. SCP, I don't have, so I want to do this. And we need to specify some file. So let's do SSH slash, oh, what did I call it? Local VMs .pub. Did that work? What? That didn't work. What did this do? Oh, now it'll work. There we go. So there, now I have the public key here. Now I just need to cat it to my what, known hosts or authorized keys. I don't have anything there. Here we go, setting up SSH. So on the server, append to this. So cat, I have my public key, local vms.pub to SSH authorized keys. Cool. So now I should be able to SSH into this. Let's try it out. SSH-i./SSH local VMs. That didn't work. Local VM. Oh, it won't autocomplete. And then I just do Adam at 192.168.120. So this should no longer ask me for a password. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay. Yeah, nice. So I need this command in here instead of whatever I have. So go to launch with SSH, launch with private key. Launch with private key is going to be pretty much the same thing. Yeah, this is, God, I'm just busy being stupid. All right, so launching Debian number, whatever, Debian number. And then launching this, we're going to say, yeah, I think this should work. And then this should just be IP. Up here, by the way, I should just set username. Okay, and then anywhere I try using this, just convert that. Okay, good. And then finally, go to EOF. Okay, let's try it out. So from start to finish, here's what we got. We do Debian L1, and it says a usage error. So -i ./.ssh local VMs username at IP. Huh. I wonder why this is failing. Let's just print this out. SSH-i./.local. Oh, there's no username. Huh, you probably can't set it this way. Set remote user. Oh, or I just forgot a parenthesis or a percent sign. No, that doesn't seem like the case. Oh, that's why. I know what I did. Okay. I just shouldn't have made this a variable. Alright, we're in. Everything's good. So now we can duplicate this VM as many times as I want. How big are snapshots for VMs? I don't even know where they're saving. But I have some on my own machine. Maybe I can go take a look at that. VirtualBox VMs. Snapshots. Oh, whoa. Snapshots are actually very large, huh? Yeah, then maybe this isn't such a good idea to be saving snapshots like this. Yeah, even that one's 150 megabytes, that one's 130. Yeah, but I think it's a good idea to have at least one of these. So maybe I get rid of this one, delete, and make a new one. So I take a snapshot here. It says finish setting up. So this should have node sudo git screen curl SSH keys and some other stuff. Okay, then we can just clone this. What's that VNC? New computer? This is my laptop. I just didn't want to... My computer's being really flaky right now. So my computer earlier was stuck at max CPU use because I had my keyboard camera on, which let's see, if I turn this back on, it's at, I'd say on average, what, 24, 25 here? If I turn the keyboard camera on, is this going to jump up to maximum again? Huh, no, it's fine. Okay. Well, that was weird. Earlier it was definitely much higher than it should have been. Okay, so now that this is done, I can clone this box however many times I want. But you can't clone it while it's online, so I guess we need to power it off and then do that. And hey, Judge Bacon. I did order a new computer, by the way. It should be here so that hopefully on Friday I get it. It's that dock right at the end of what I just pasted in. Okay, so we just want to clone this a couple of times. Let's do this Debian L2. And yeah, let's do everything, fine. So how long does this process take? Because I want to clone a couple of these ideally. So add 15 seconds or whatever it is that this thing is. Have you considered using Process Explorer? I haven't used Process Explorer in forever, so no, I haven't considered it, but yeah, no. I'm guessing you're suggesting that just as a better task manager. It says 50 minutes remaining? What? Well, if that's the case, I guess I'm going to do everything on my own computer then and not on this laptop. Oh, that's bad. That's really bad. Maybe that's why there's a sheep there. I know we already discovered why there's a sheep there. Okay, I'm going to close out of these things, and we're going to try this locally as much as possible. I'm going to finish this commit, and if this thing finishes in less than 50 minutes, then great, we'll have a VM. And if not, then guess we'll have one in the afternoon. Historical graph of CPU memory usage, etc. Yeah, I should consider getting it. I might actually have it on my machine already. Let me take a look. Key users Atom. No, I don't see it there at least. Yeah, maybe I installed it a while ago. It's not so bad if I just get it again, I guess. Process Explorer. Wait, what? CPU use is high. I'm not doing anything. Alright, I'm going to turn off the keyboard camera again. Wait, yeah, I'm going to turn it off. I don't know what's happening exactly, but it just seems like it's taking, yeah, it went back down to 25%. So there's some issue with using my keyboard camera. I don't know why. Is the VM running? It might take a long time because your VM, no, it's powered off. I think it's just that this disk is really, really slow. And it's trying to copy over hundreds of megabytes. Stream is frozen, yeah. It's clear, it's because of the keyboard camera. I don't know why, but for some reason I can't stream with my keyboard camera on. The stream is just going to deteriorate until my CPU explodes and I have to use the new one. Okay, yeah. Well, let's just proceed on my Windows machine. Alright, so this is done, this is done. The set up as many VMs as possible thing is not done. So continue to set up VMs on my laptop. Until then, let's just delete this stuff. So this straw poll, yeah, whatever, I'm not even going to worry about that for right now. Let's take a look at the REST client again. I think this is fine. Yeah. Okay. We're good. So I can check this in. Run.cmd is the only thing I hadn't looked at, and I think that's also fine. Cool. Okay, so that's done. I wrote that I'm going to have to specify a bunch of IP addresses through environment variables. These range from the overseer REST URL to the host address that I'm passing to the overseer. This is why I wanted to start these VMs on my laptop, is so that I could have a consistent set of VMs to use, so that specifying these variables would be very easy. Maybe when I'm setting environment variables, I can get the IP address from shell commands. Yeah. I'm gonna just mark that as done for now. And every once in a while, I should remember to check into here. Yeah, this is gonna be capped at 100%. What a shame. This is why I refuse to buy a new computer now without an SSD. Because this happens. And I don't think the disk should ever be the bottleneck on a personal computer. His A key has a distinctive twang. Man, by the way, I'm really, really excited about this that I wrote down. Came up with some ideas for celebrating 100 days of Botland. It will take me a lot of time, and I don't know if you guys will even like what it is I came up with. But I'm excited nonetheless. Okay, so keep track of the incoming overseer socket connection state so I can base pings on that. Yeah. This is, well, there were two parts to this. One is the server that I had, which was running an O of N thing here. There won't be that many sockets connected though. Yeah, I don't think this is worth doing. So start rating the matchmaker, call out to overseer upon startup. Yep, that's done. So then a REST API on the matchmaker itself. This is so that the overseer can check its health. EJ says, tell us. So this is the kind of thing where if I tell you guys and you say, no, that sounds terrible, I don't want that to happen, then I don't know what I'd do instead. So I think I'd rather just surprise you guys, and hopefully it'll be fun. And if it's not, then you can't say I didn't try. But if you tell me beforehand that you don't like it, then I need to try even harder to come up with something you do like. Yeah, I don't know. It's quite the quandary. We got 27 minutes remaining, and how long does this thing say it's been? 6? Okay, well, it's not going to take 50 minutes then. It's only going to take 30. What day is this? What day am I going to do this stuff on, do you mean? Because I can't do it until... Oh, whoa, it's done. Okay, so this took about... It sounds like it's going to be about 8 minutes. Anyway, I can't do this thing, this surprise that I'm talking about, until it's finished. And I don't know how many hours it's going to take me to finish it. So I actually have a bunch of different plans that I want to do for you guys. And it'll take me a very long time to do all of that. Okay, so this took about 7.5 minutes. So I want to clone one more. Yeah. Wait a second though. What's this thing? If you choose linked clone, a new machine will be created, but the virtual hard disk files will be tied to the virtual hard disk files of original machine, and you will not be able to move the new virtual machine to a different computer without moving the original as well. It sounds like that'd be faster, but I don't really care about speed so much. Okay, well, this will take another 7.5 minutes. So next clone should finish at 10:22. Yeah, what day should I take off of work for this amazing day? The worst thing that could happen is you lose your entire viewer base. Yeah. Yeah, that's not so bad. Just got to rebuild after another 6 months. Wheatley says, wait, I've been AFK. What did I miss? So you didn't really miss anything. I was just talking about I came up with an idea for how to celebrate the 100 days of Botland. And it's going to take a lot of time for me to do. And then I don't know if you guys are going to like it. Yeah. So imagine this. Imagine if I came up with, for some reason, I'm totally making this up. Imagine if I came up with like Tetris, and this is this cool new thing, and no one's ever heard of this before, and I'm like, oh, this is what it is for Botland, and now here's this game, and you guys can go download it, and it took me 8 hours to make, and it takes you guys 5 minutes to play through it, and you're like, well, I guess it was fun, but that was 5 minutes of our time, and this is supposed to be a 100-day celebration. Who do you think we are, Adam? And that's part of what I'm worried about too. Okay, so set up basic REST API. Let's do that. Okay. Matchmaker. Make me a match. Find me a find. So I started the REST client here. I would need to start up a REST server as well, which is currently being done in the Overseer right there. So I take in an endpoint monitor, a REST server port, and is AWS. And I have most of this here too. So I guess I can do that. I just need to make my own REST server. So Overseer REST server, I think this is going to be pretty similar. I thought you had Strawpool for Terraria Minecraft. I still say you should spend day 100 updating Node and all the other packages. I don't think it'd be as hard to do that this time around. But at least, okay, so trust me when I say this. I have a lot of plans for fun stuff to do. I don't have a whole lot of time to prepare for them, and they're going to take preparation. And I think, so this reminds me, there was an episode of Family Guy where Peter, the house is on fire, and Peter has to use a fire extinguisher, and there are like snakes that come flying out of it. And he says, I care more about comedy than I do the safety of my family. And I feel like, to some extent, I care more about entertainment of my viewers than I do my own personal time. And that's kind of how this is going to end up being. So I sacrifice a weekend or two, and then you guys get however many minutes of entertainment out of it. So yeah, we'll see how this works. If you need help, I can help. No, I want it to be a surprise for everyone. But thank you. Okay, so let's copy this, and I'm not going to need all of this actually. So we'll just put this into the matchmaker as a REST server, and then copy that over from here. REST server require good, and then we make it just like we do here. Good. We probably save this off. REST server equals new REST server. We don't have an endpoint monitor, and all the other stuff is the same. So this is fine. Now we just need to modify this. This is the matchmaker REST server, and we don't have this any longer. We don't have this, and we don't have this. So set up internal routes, health. Internal only, check is accepting traffic. Probably don't need that exactly. And then we call this dot health get health. And it should be a get, not a post. 50 hours of work, 1 minute of entertainment. Oh man, I do wonder if you guys. Well, anyway, I'll just do it. I'll stop hyping this up. I like coming up with these surprises. Okay, so this stuff doesn't need to be here. So get health. What do we want to return? I guess we can do rest.send 200 for right now. The health is it's always good, and that's it. So let's try this. How would I do this exactly? I guess I would need to run this, and then it wouldn't close itself. Address and use 8080. Oh, right. I can't do that, can I? We got like 2 minutes left on this thing, by the way. I can specify a different port then for now. Yeah, let's do that. Let's specify 8081 and then just rerun this. Okay, so now it's listening. We'll open up Postman and try this out. We have to wait for an entire week? You have to wait for longer than that, probably. I don't know if I can get all this done this weekend. What I have planned... Yeah, what I have planned is going to take me probably 8 hours to do. Oh, God. Okay, health. So this is going to be 8081, I guess. 8080 / health. We hit save, and then we change this to 8081 and send it. And it returned a 200. Cool. Day 100 is in about a week, yeah. But I think it's going to take me too long to do this. We'll find out. It's going to be a Twitch-based interactive game. No, okay, so it could be. I used Tetris as an example of just, here's how I may create something that takes 8 hours. Like, okay, so if I spend 8 hours streaming, you can't consume that any faster than the 8 hours it takes you to watch it. I mean, sure, I guess you could speed up the video or something like that, but that's like a 1-to-1 ratio of time it took me to do something and time it takes you to consume something. Whereas what I was getting at is if I made a game like Tetris, that's like a 200-to-1 ratio. The time I spend making it and the time you get out of it. Oh, cool, Walter. Thanks. Okay, so this worked. There's now the health endpoint, and then there'd have to be join queue at some point, which would be a post. So I guess let's set that up too. And you need to be accepting traffic for that, although we don't have a good way of doing that. Yeah, so let's go to Overseer REST server. Just copy paste this into here. And we'll say queue. In queue, well, add user to queue. I think that makes a little bit more sense. So add user to queue, rec rest next. We'll just say rest.send 200 for right now. Just a stub function for now. Same thing with down here. Gets the health of this endpoint. And this adds a user to the matchmaking queue if they're not already in it. Tetris, it's going to happen. Have you guys ever played Tetanus on Drugs? Tetanus on Drugs. It was a Tetris game. Yeah, this. Is this the thing I'm thinking of? Wow, this is 14 years old. Let me send you guys this video. Yeah, this is the game I'm thinking of. Titan EA says, how fast do you type? I type this fast. Okay, so this should be finished. Good, it is. And now we can start up these different VMs. I want to rename this one. Can I do that? Settings. Can you not rename a VM? Oh yeah, you can. Okay, so L1. All right, good. So let's start all of these headless and watch my computer usage go to max. And then we need to figure out the IP addresses for all of these things. In fact, I'm not sure if these would have had, oh, come on. Settings, network. Oh, good. It copies that too. That's good. Did I just encourage drug usage? Did I? I don't think I did. And Titan, that video is a joke. But if you want to watch it, you'll see what the joke is. Okay. So then we just got to wait for this thing to calm down a bit. Then we figure out the IP addresses of this. So let me do that. And then we should be able to deploy there. Let me think of how I want to do this. One overseer, one matchmaker, that should be enough. So deploy an overseer to one of them, deploy a matchmaker to another. I would need a VM running on my own machine for this stuff. So let's load up this. Yeah, let's load this up. Attached devices. Okay, and then we just start this one. Okay, cool. So the only thing I need to know is what are the IP addresses of these boxes here? Is there any way to get that without me? Like, my router is not showing me this. I wonder if... Well, there is something we can try, I guess. We could do this, sdevian. So let's put L2 and L3 here. L2 and L3. And then let's set these things up. This should be L2. Let's just set it to 21. I don't think that's going to be a great idea, but let's try it out. And then how do we know if we're connected to the right machine? I guess there's no way of knowing that either. What game am I programming for? It's a game called Botland, and it's an online multiplayer strategy game. And there's a video I just put into chat about what it is. And not understanding anything about programming is totally fine. I think this stream has been relatively technical as of late and will continue to be so for the next couple of months. But if you have any questions, yeah, feel free to ask me. Oh boy, well, I have questions, which is how do I... Alright, I'll just connect to these things manually. Show. We'll find out the IP address this way. Adam, you're going to get hacked. I'm going to get hacked by showing these local IP addresses on screen. It'd be funny if someone tried to do that and ended up hacking their mom's computer or something. 12-year-old Justice. Is that my IP? Well, technically, yes, but not in the way that you're excited about it. Alright, so what do we have here? Finish setting up. Alright, here we go. Oh, I don't even need to connect to this. I can apparently just check it up here. Yeah, here we go. Can I click this? Oh, maybe I can't. Oh, well, it was worth a shot. I guess I need to connect. Otherwise, I can't figure out the IP address of this machine. I wonder why they'd have that happen. Okay, well, we're still struggling with this computer. Cannot wait to upgrade. someone ever wants to DDoS you, just tell them your IP is 127.0.0.1. The thing is, you can't DDoS 127.0.0.1 because if you had 100 machines each targeting it, they can't shut themselves down. Not with just one computer targeting it, at least. I know what the joke is. I shouldn't be dissecting it, so sorry for being a buzzkill. All right, what do we have? This is 21. What? So then, oh, I typed 2, not L2. Oh, whoops. Okay, well, that was stupid. So what, Debian L3 then? Can I connect to that one too? Oh, great. All right, well, then there is no problem, and I can just shut this down now. So the only issue is, how do I shut it down without this? Oh, there's continue running in the background. I didn't know that was an option. Okay, so then I can go to Debian L2, and I can do sudo system control GDM stop, and then I can disable it as well. Or whoops, what is it? Stop GDM? Yeah, stop GDM and then disable GDM. Okay. So I think we're up and running. The only thing left to do is, well, there are a couple things. One is figure out, yeah, actually, usage is not too bad. I could probably host even more VMs if I wanted to. So maybe I should clone another one. But let's connect to Debian L1. So I'll do this over here. And finally, we have just Debian 1. And this I actually have to type in a password for. Good. So before I forget, let's launch screen. And then let's do SSH agent bash, SSH add, SSH/Twitch stream. Good. Next up, I go into the Botland infra, and this is where things get a little bit more challenging. I never finished setting up main.js. This thing. Actually, this shouldn't matter. Have you tried Unity or Unreal Engine? I didn't hear before, sorry. Yeah, I have tried Unity, and in fact, I took some notes on Unity, not that they'd help anyone now, but they've been uploaded there. And I like it. I think it's good. I just didn't think it was appropriate for this project. Okay, let's find out where I am. So what do we have to commit here? Hopefully just the main script? No, there's extra stuff too. Oh, but this is the stuff I just added, the health route, and okay, we can keep that in. And the REST server. Yep, and then what else? Just run.cmd, which is pointless. Yeah, so added a very simple REST server for the matchmaker. It exposes 2 routes, get/health and post/queue, but neither really does anything other than return 200. My favorite Adam quote so far is DevOps is great. Okay, so that's good. Now we just want to deploy these. So let's connect to, where's this machine? Here, git pull. I gotta do this off screen for a sec. Although I don't need to turn off a camera this time. I don't have CLS there. Oh, I don't have it here either. Not that it matters too much, but I want to get this. So let's load up cls.sh. I'm going to put this into here. /user local bin CLS. Is that going to work? Permission denied. Sudo. Permission still denied? Can I not sudo things here? What? Okay, let's just switch user then. And then let's echo this to CLS. Perfect. Change mod +x user local bin CLS. Cool. So now when I type CLS, that's not right. Let's vim it. Oh, the quotation marks got removed. Okay, that's fine. CLS, perfect, it works. Okay, so let's get out of this user. Let's go back to here. don't you use SSH keys for the Git repo? Yeah, I need to do that. It's actually a good idea. Set up SSH key for my Git repo on Debian 1. Hey, ProSam. Spec says, should I learn programming? I'm 12 to 15 years old. I don't think I've ever had anybody tell me in chat what range of age they are. But yeah, I think so. And I think if you want to get started, you can start with this. Do I get a point for that idea? There. Okay. Now we should be able to do this. Let's go into Ansible. And I have this host file here. And here's where I want to change. So let's come up with a good mapping of this stuff. I guess L1 is going to be the overseer and L2 is going to be the matchmaker. I should write this somewhere. I just don't know where. Maybe here. So L1 overseer, L2 matchmaker. We'll say overseer primary, matchmaker primary. Okay, and then, oh, and the IP addresses of those things are going to be pretty important too. So let's go check those out. It's 1.20 and 1.21. Okay, cool. So now we just need to deploy to those. So we should be able to say this, 1.20 should be an overseer, and then we yank this and put this here to 1.21. So that's all we have to do. But then this needs to know how to deploy a matchmaker. Does it know how to deploy it? I don't actually know. Apparently it does. It just doesn't start it because there was no way to start it before, but now there is. And this needs to point at the other thing. Okay. Any chance you would show the Ansible scripts for someone learning to use Ansible? Yeah, sure. And actually, that's what's showing right now. I don't mind giving some answers here, or if you want to send me a Twitch message or an email, I can always try to help you get set up later. It's not too bad to learn. I think it took me a solid day of just like, let's learn and do Ansible. And now that it's up and running, I think it's pretty easy to modify these things. So if I gave you these scripts and I kind of guided you, I think it might take you 20 or 30 minutes to learn, as opposed to the 6 hours it took me. I don't know if it took 6 hours. I was doing a bunch of other stuff. Oh, you got the print screen. Okay. Plagiarism. So the issue here is that when I start the matchmaker, and this is what I don't like, I have the URL set to localhost 8080. And I need to set this to something. Oh, but on AWS it doesn't actually works differently. Okay, well, I don't know. I guess I could do this. And then set this thing to http://192.168.120. This is really stupid. This is really stupid. Ideally this should get changed. Well, we can still try it out. Yeah. I just don't feel good about this. Okay, yeah, let's try it. I gotta push this. So let's put this on there. Modified install matchmaker so that it actually starts the matchmaker now. This was done by hard coding HTTP 192.168.120.80.80 into the environment variables, which is a poor solution for now. Hey, Lulong. Okay, yeah, then I push this, then I do the same thing that I just done before, which is the slight annoying thing of doing a get pull over here. Okay, so I have that. Everything's set up. Let's try using this. This will be... Oh, wait a second. No, I have to use one of these scripts. No, this won't work. Host matchmakers. I want to launch both of these playbooks. I wonder if that's possible. Maybe it is. Let's just try it, I guess. So Ansible playbook. Whoops. Playbook. Can you install two things at once? Let's just look at the help for this. How does it work? Playbook.yml. Yeah, so I need a playbook that runs both of these things. That seems kind of stupid. Actually, it shouldn't be very hard to do. Ansible playbook. You know what? Bing's been doing this thing for a while. Do you see what I just searched? Ansible playbook. So it makes this much larger than the other results. And what happens if I click this? I think it's just the very first one that becomes... Yeah. So did Google start doing this too? If I click this, and then later I search for Ansible playbook again. No, Google didn't start doing that. Huh. I was just curious. Okay, so how do you call a playbook from another playbook? Include statements. Can I just... Is that it? Is that all I have to do? Playbooks can include plays from other playbooks. Can I include the whole playbook? Okay, let's search for this. Foo.yaml. These are tasks. They can include other playbooks too. That's mentioned in a later section. So includes can be used to import one playbook file into another. So for example, this is a play at the top level of file, host all remote user. Then I can include everything else. Note that you cannot do variable substitution when including one playbook inside another. Okay. I think. So... Install Matchmaker and install Overseer are so similar. Can I just make a simple script that includes both of these things? This has just an include here. Alright, I guess it's worth trying out. Let's just do this directly on this box. So let's do vim test.yaml. We'll say hyphen dash include, and what's the syntax for this? Dash include colon install overseers. It's not called install overseers. It's install overseer.yaml. And then the same thing, but instead of overseer, whoops. Instead of overseer, it's matchmaker. And that's it. So let's try running that. Test.yaml. And then we need extra vars is AWS equals false, remote user equals Adam dash K. Does this work? Encountered an unknown error. Oh, these don't have the SSH keys on them. 120. Okay, I gotta SCP it over to that. Hey, Froxy. I think it's going pretty well. Okay, so I need to I need to put this on the target machine. Let's look this up again. So it's SCP. I need to specify the Twitch key, but I want the public version of it. Pub, yeah, good. And then an IP address, Adam at 192.168.120, and then a directory. No, I can't just do that. I need to do it there. Then specify a password. Okay, great. So that's what, L1? Yeah, so now I should have this thing here, and now I cat it to SSH authorized, what's it, authorized keys? Authorized something. Yeah, authorized keys. Okay. There we go. So now I just need to do this same thing again over here, but on the other two computers. So 121 and then also 122. Yes. No, I'm trying to type my password. Password. Okay, great. So it's on all three machines, so now we just need to copy this everywhere. Good and good. Okay, so now this playbook will hopefully work. Is it going to? Gathering facts. Come on, you can do it. Okay. Yeah, I think it's working. Okay, I'm gonna go grab some water while this is working. So after this, it should install the matchmaker. Also, if you're curious to see what's happening on the target machine, disk is locked, so we're at max. Oh, by the way, that's for... Okay, now what's it doing? Oh, it's still installing the Overseer. So by the end of this, what we should see is the Overseer should be running on here, so I should be able to do PM2 logs. This doesn't exist yet, but it will, because I'll do infra. No, I need to be running is BL deploy. So let's do screen sudo su BL deploy password infra. Oh no, bash. Darn it. No, bash. Then source infra. Cool. So now we should have PM2 logs, and we should be able to see. Perfect. It worked. Okay, good. That's number one. Then the second one, it's installing the matchmaker now. Wow. This is saving a ton of time, so I'm glad I learned Ansible. And then this one's going to take some time to do, definitely. So we can already switch over to, well, we can make a screen here. Good. By the way, what's htop at? We're hardly using any memory. But we are maxing out on CPU. So I should probably improve those. Anyway, who am I? I am Adam, and I need to go make this and then be not Adam. So sudo su BL deploy password bash source infra PM2 logs. PM2 command not found. So command not found because it wasn't done installing PM2. Now it should exist. Okay, so what's happening? Cannot find Lodash, and it can't find it from shared REST client. This must be something different. Shared REST client. Oh, yeah, it doesn't exist. In fact, wait, what? None of this stuff exists. Where is Super Agent? Where did I do any of this? Infra, shared, REST client. How did this even run on my own machine? What? How did this code ever run? It shouldn't be able to run. Oh, unless I put it in an... Oh, did I put it here? Package.json? No. Where is this thing getting Super Agent from? Here it is. Why is it there though? Package.json? Oh, I accidentally installed it in the wrong location. No. This wasn't supposed to be here. Oh man, yeah, none of this was supposed to be here. Okay, let's get rid of it. And let's clean up after what I just did. Node module. So I should get rid of Super Agent. Super Agent is promised. Delete both of those. And I guess get rid of Lodash as well. And then Lodash takes a ton of other things in here. There should not be very many requirements here. That's probably fine. What am I doing or making? Yeah, I'm making Botland, which Lu Long made my bot Lincoln. So it is a game. I know what I'm doing doesn't look like it's very game-like right now, but it's the back end for that game. Also, hang on a second. Okay, my camera shifted to the side. So we need to reinstall those things in the correct directory, which is the shared directory and then REST client. So npm install -save Lodash, Super Agent, and Super Agent as promised. Excuse me. Now, assuming I do this correctly, I should be able to do exactly the same thing over here, actually. And it's not a great idea, though, to be honest. I don't know. Yeah, no, it's fine. I should test this out. So this is running over here. Let's just do PM2 kill. And same thing here, PM2 kill. Great. So did this finish? It did. So now if I run this, what happens? Excuse me. Oh, it works. Oh, good. Okay, then let's check this in. And I can try relaunching all of this. Ooh, that's not good. There are no modifications here. --save. Oh, I never had a package.json. Aha. Oh, and that's why. Oh, that's how this got up here. Oh, now it makes sense. That's why I screwed up, or what I screwed up. Oh, so I want to copy something like this over into shared REST client, paste this here, open that up, and type this out as REST client. Get rid of most of these other things. And the dependencies here is what needs to change. Darn. This will do it in the correct directory. For you. All right, good. We got it. So, yep, and there's package.json. Okay, so now when I go to commit, it should show 2 modified package.json files. Yep. So this one. Okay. All right, I had forgotten to do an npm init when I'd done npm install --save in the REST client folder. So it installed them in the first package.json that it could find, which happened to be in the root folder. This caused Ansible deploys to fail because I don't do an npm install in the root folder, which I actually don't do it on the REST client either. That's going to have to change too, isn't it? REST, npm install shared. Yeah, REST client as well. There we go. Updated the Ansible deploy scripts so that they do an npm install from the REST client folder. Oh boy. Lodash got updated. I'm gonna need to fix this stuff at some point. Infra shared, that looks good. This looks good. And this does not look good. What? I did -- save, didn't I? Yeah, and yet it didn't end up in here. Something's wrong. Package JSON. What? These are two totally different things. Yeah, this. Oh no. Oh, I installed this in the wrong place a second time. Oh, I just can't fix things, can I? Would it take more than like 2 minutes or so to add bathroom BRB functionality? So the problem is that even lunch BRB is not automated. I still need to pull the names out of that file. So yeah, it probably would. What are your thoughts on Sublime Text versus Notepad++? I haven't given Notepad a shot in many, many years. I like Sublime, and I think there's not a compelling reason for me to switch to Notepad++. I might try Atom next, or at least give it more of a chance. Okay, so I just installed this in the wrong place. I've got to fix everything I just did now. Okay, whatever. Lodash can stay at the version it was supposed to be at. So use this text block, and I guess delete this too. So fine, we updated that, but then there's no reason for the matchmaker, infra matchmaker, to have super agent and super agent as promised here. So delete those. Then we go back into the directory where I meant to do this, which is, do we even have these commands anymore? Did I close this? So this right here, this should run from, oh, actually it should run from here. Yeah. And then we should see this package JSON get modified almost immediately. Where is that package JSON? REST client package JSON. Here. So this should get updated. Oh, maybe it happens at the end, only when everything was successful. That makes sense. What can you do with the points? There are only two things you can do with the points. You can get into my lunch screen and you can play Botland. And that's it. Okay, I think we're finally, I think I fixed all this. We'll know once we do the install. That's the case. So that's good. Package.json, that's good. We also have this, which should contain the dependencies. All right, good, finally. Okay, so let's click OK, let's push. Then I need to pull again on Debian 1, which is here. Do I have a screen running? I do, so let's do this. Git pull, no repository. Oh boy. Okay, let's try it out now. So I should be able to run this exact same thing, but now it will succeed. So let's just press enter and type in the password. Hey, Lewis. Ah, good. Now it's installing in the REST client, so it should know how to start up. Oh, did I miss a follow? Oh, yes. Supermoonk. Supermoon K. Thanks for following. I'm assuming that's you messing with my lights right now. Let's find out. No, that's Void Dreamer. Huh. Okay, installing PM2, then starting the matchmaker. So now the matchmaker should finally be running. If we do PM2 logs, we should see it. Perfect. It worked. It worked. Take that. Okay, that's good news. Why is there green light? People who follow me get control over my lights, and also people who win giveaways. And so Void Dreamer changed it to green. Alright, it's good to see that this worked. So now set up SSH keys. This shouldn't take very long. Shouldn't. No, it actually won't, because it's pretty easy. So we need to put, let's do sudo, actually, let's make a new, let's just call this bash. This will be called Ansible. Okay, so in here, what I'll do is, let's do sudo ifconfig, because I don't remember the IP address. It is 24. So we do scp. I've got to find the file. So this is actually a bad place to do this. Let's go to the home directory. scp ssh / and now here's where I need to get the name in a different thing entirely. It's the Bitbucket botland deploy key, but it's not that. Git pull. I guess it is a deploy key, huh? I don't have push access. Yeah. Okay, so let's put the private key on that box. Okay, yeah, let's do this. And then 192.168.124 SSH. So, and we want to do atom at. So this is on the target machine. Now when I do a git pull, it shouldn't ask me for a password. Password. Why did it do that? Oh, I don't have an SSH agent running. Yeah, SSH agent bash. SSH add. Unprotected key file. This private key will be ignored. So I think I want 600 on this, but I don't remember exactly. How did I do this? Just there's an issue here. Where is pulling the repository? Pull botland infra. Pull botland infra. Mode 600. Yeah. So if you ever see this warning unprotected private key file, I guess I should just set this to 600. So if you try to use a private key file via SSH add and you see an error that says, then you should probably do okay, hey fade. Okay, so then we can do sudo change mod 0600 and then what's the name of this Bitbucket botland deploy key? Alright, so then let's do an ls-al on SSH. Bucket botland deploy key. Okay, perfect. And then we do an SSH add. Cool. So now if we do a git pull, it should work. No, it's still asking for a password. What did I screw up? I added the key. Right from infra. Yeah, I'm not sure. It didn't send you the link? Do you have whispers enabled? Yeah, what did I screw up here? I added the key. The key is what's used for that repository. I have my agent running, right? SSH agent. This isn't super important. I don't mind typing the password for this, but is the get remote HTTP or SSH? I think if HTTP, oh right, yeah, you're right. I gotta modify probably something in here. Let me take a look at something. Yeah, okay, the config has, okay, yeah. So that's the issue. So I can probably just modify the config directly in here and change it to whatever the directory, whatever it should be. Okay, so, and then I want to write a script for doing the SSH agent stuff. Botland info. So my current URL looks like this: https name@bitbucket.org/name/foo.get, and I guess I need to change it to. Oh, actually, it just tells it to me, huh? So I can do. Now what? Will it get pull work? Cool, it worked. Okay, yeah, so we can get rid of that. All right, everything's working now. Get remote will enable you to check. Bitbucket has alternate. Yeah. Is get remote a command name? Oh. Well. I need to write this somewhere. Do I have an SSH note? Good. So, pulling a repo. So, I'll just put this here, I guess. So Linux would be, make sure you have an SSH agent running. SSH agent, bash, SSH add, path to your key, private key. Make sure you're connecting. After that, simply do git clone or git pull. If it asks for a password, then it means you're probably trying to connect via the HTTPS address. So do vim git/config to change the URL to what GitHub or Bitbucket tells you for your SSH address. Okay. All right. I think we're in pretty good shape there. So after that, it's just setting up this SSH agent. And this is something that every time I start a new command prompt, I'm going to have to do. And it's not command prompt. I'm on Windows, so it's a command prompt. But in Linux, it's just a terminal. When I do this, so let's say I were to start a new one like that. Now if I were to do cd botland info git pull, it's going to say you don't have a key recognized. Yeah. So you couldn't read from a remote repository. So I want to set this up, and I don't know how much of a script I can make to do this. Let's try this out. I'll just echo ssh test.sh, or well, let's touch the file. Change mod ssh test. So in here, if I say ssh agent bash ssh add, what's the name of the key? Darn it, I don't remember. It's this. So that's all I should have to do. Can I run this though, and then it'll just work? So SSH test, and now what? I can just do git pull. No. This is starting a shell inside of... Oh, I'd probably need to source it. SSH test. Where am I? Source SSH test. Now I can do it? Git pull? Nope. Nope. I don't know what I'm doing. You could use SSH config file. Then whenever you try to connect to a specific host, use this key by default. Oh, right. I think... So SSH config file. I think that's exactly how you're supposed to solve this instead of what I'm doing. Points div MCS Mike. So SSH config. Is there a command that's supposed to make this easier for me? SSH config. Command not found. Okay, well, perhaps I'm supposed to have this, but either way, I think this is just supposed to produce a config file. There are a whole lot of options here, so I think I'd say host name and then maybe an identity file, and that's it. So sample SSH config. Hopefully I only need those two things. Config file examples. Hostname, user, port, identity file. Does the port default to 443 or not 443? What is it? I don't know. Whatever. Does the default is 22? Yeah, that's what I meant. SSH. 443 is HTTPS, I think. Boy, dreamer. Okay, so this shouldn't be too bad. I think I can just copy paste this into SSH config. So let's try this out. So then here, let's go remove this SSH test. Let's instead go modify the config in here. We'll set paste. All right, looks good. Delete the port. User is going to be Adam. Host name is going to be Bitbucket. Bitbucket.org. Probably. And then the identity file is going to be the thing that I'd had from before, which I keep forgetting the whole path of that. So ls ssh. Yeah. Whoops. So we want to do ssh/that. Great, and then we should probably just name this correctly. Bot Bitbucket. So I've got that. Now if I start a new prompt and I go to here, git pull, does it work? No. What did I do wrong? Host Bitbucket, hostname bitbucket.org, user Adam. Oh, it's not, that's not the username. That's why. It's, let's try that out. Nope, still failed. Okay. Oh, you can set host to bitbucket.org? Okay, hang on, let me try this out again then. Let me take this off screen for a sec. SSH config. I wonder how... Oh, yeah, that worked. So wait, what's host name for? Host name. Specifies the real host name to log into. This can be used to specify nicknames or abbreviations for hosts. Okay. So... What? server 1. Oh wow, you can just do this, SSH server 1. Oh, that makes things much easier, huh? Interesting. Well, this is pretty good then. So I should write this down in my notes. Yeah, I'm going to write this down in my notes. I don't think I have an SSH note, and I think I should. Let's do this. This is just a folder note. C sub notes. So I'm going to put git underneath here. And then it's about time that I add in an SSH note. Okay, so let's write some things in here. So config, if you're sick of doing SSH agent and bash followed by SSH add, which is hard to script. Well, at least it was hard for me to script. Gertchen says, I tried to play the game, but I don't get it. Yeah, that's actually a consequence of me not having worked on the UI for long enough right now. But is this what I want? Yeah, so this teaches you a little bit about the game. Why can't I, hang on a second. It won't let me type your name. Okay, there. So yeah, that'll teach you a little bit about the game. In short, I can give you a very brief intro to Botland right now. Let me make sure that my computer's not going crazy already. Okay, no, we're fine. Yeah, okay, we're fine. As long as this doesn't go up to like 58%. Why is it going up so much? Oh, because OBS is probably trying to encode more than it used to. Okay. So you can connect to the server. Here, in short, really just click the help button. It tells you how to make these things. Eventually, this is just going to be done through UI and not through typing things out. But yeah, you can click the help button. When I go to join the game, you can press B to load up Blockly, and then open up any of these things. So let's say I take a snippet here. And what do I want? Let's go with artillery and missiles. So I'm going to click offense. I'm going to click fire artillery. I'm going to drag this onto the canvas. And then I'm going to take fire missiles and drag that onto the canvas. So I have a really, really basic bot right now. Now what team am I on? I'm on the blue team. So unfortunately, if I deploy these, well, I'll still do it, but fine. And then I'll just move around. So if I deploy a bot right now, it's trying to fire missiles and artillery, but there's nothing to fire at. So it's just moving around randomly. Yeah, the press B was not clear. Yeah, that's talked about in the video, but I know there's going to be more UI. And then the only other thing you should know about this, so yeah, just press B and that'll load this up. The only other thing you should probably know is Control K right now, or typing /kill in the chat. So Control K or /kill will kill all of your bots. There's no penalty for this right now. So if I don't like this bot, I just hit Control K and it's dead. And eventually there will be a penalty for that. And who do you play against? Well, you're on the red team, so you're playing against Horforia right now. And I guess me, but I don't have any bots in the arena. I can deploy a bot. I can deploy landmines bots. Let's go with that. Let's go with landmine move. There. There we go. Is that even secure that I can use JavaScript? It's ideally secure. If I did a good enough job. I spent about a month and a half or 2 months working on just like this stuff. And is it possible I missed something? Yeah, so, and if anyone wants to get access to the game right now, it costs 50 points. You can usually ask other people for points if you don't have a whole lot. But I'm going to close out of this for now, because I want to finish documenting this stuff. If you're sick of doing SSH agent bash followed by SSH add, which you need to redo every time you start a new shell. Then you should use ssh/config. So there is this. I'll put this as the reference for this. Where did the cursor go? So in short, what I did, in short, you just need to do these steps. So one is vim ssh config, and 2 is type this in. So we're going to say host bitbucket.org. Host name didn't seem to matter at all. User, your user account, and identity file ssh bitbucket botlan deploy key. I'll just say path to priv key. That's it. That is it. So not bad. Yeah, things are getting easier and easier. What's up next? So set up the basic REST API. I guess this is done, but they just haven't been filled out yet. So flesh out the matchmaker REST APIs /health and /q. And then this is just Q, so we can mark that as done. Replication from master to secondary. There are no games yet, so I don't think there's anything to really... Yeah, I don't think there's anything to do here yet. Handling failover, I think that'll be interesting too. Promotion, testing this on AWS. Yeah. So what I hope to get to by the end of today is by the end of today, here's what I hope to have. Matchmaker can start up and find out if it's the master. Overseer will promote the master correctly. Second matchmaker can start up and know if it's, I guess, that it's the secondary. And overseer will handle failover from master to secondary. I think this is doable. I think this is more than doable. So right now, this is already done. Overseer will promote the master correctly. That might also be done, to be honest. I'm not sure. Where would this even happen? In the endpoint monitor. Where do we do this? Oh, right, there's like a million to-do items right here. This stuff. Horrible bot. Okay, I can run that for you. Top 10. Oops. Host is the nickname you want to use. Host name can be set to the real name. Host name isn't present. The SSH client will try and use the host as the real server. Hope this makes sense. That does make sense, but then did I type something wrong? Host name Bitbucket. Weird, because wait. Yeah, weird. Host is nickname. Host name can be set to the real name. Isn't present. Try and use the host. Strange. Okay, well, I'll put this here anyway then. Host name bitbucket.org. This is used. Let's write this here. Note, host is just a nickname. But if host name isn't set, then it's the address of the remote. Oh, right. No, I don't mind uploading this information. Like, here it is. close out of this. It's actually, yeah, I can just close this entirely. Okay. Upload this. There you go. Here's all the information. Void Dreamer, you are number 2. Temporia is still number 1, and you are quite a ways behind. Well, I think it's impossible to catch up if someone is always in chat. Unless you crash his computer. Okay, so implement replication. I don't think that's a good idea. Implement matchmaker replication. Also, I'm debating on whether to take a snack break right now so that I can get a good amount of this stuff done without having to take a break for lunch so soon. I think this part can be done though. Make the overseer query the health of matchmakers. Flesh out the matchmaker REST APIs. I mean to make these totally functional. So is it a good idea for me to be querying the matchmaker once a second over HTTP and not just using TCP for this? This is a pretty important system. Okay, well, the overseer can ping this thing. Excuse me. So we add endpoints, but we never update them. So in each endpoint, I need to know the time that I last updated it. And I think that should just go into the endpoint. So this dot time of last health check equals 0. Yeah. The time e.g. date dot now that we performed the last health check. Okay, sounds good. So we make an endpoint, then we need an update somewhere, and there is currently no update that's happening. This could happen on its own timer. Yeah, I think it can happen on its own timer. Or every 1 second we can, no, we don't need to do that. We could have an important timer and a not important timer, and then not keep track of this stuff at all. Yeah, I think that's better. Let's delete this entirely. I'll do a set timeout just like how I did in here. Set timeout. Where did I do? Oh, it's interval. What am I talking about? There we go. So let's put this into here. This dot setup. This dot initialize. Nah, I don't want to do that. Let's just do this. This dot update dot bind. We'll do this once every second. Update. So what we want to do here is reach out to all of our endpoints. Reach out to all of our endpoints and check their health. Okay, so for let endpoint. Wait, what? Yeah, endpoint address. In this dot endpoint by address, const endpoint equals this dot EBA EA address. I can put some bots down. Horforia usually has stuff down, but maybe you guys are on the same team? Oh, you guys are on the same team because Fatality is idling in the game. Okay, I can put some bots down. I'll just use my basic script that I have here that I haven't been modifying in forever. There. There are some bots. So my bots have EMP and I think missiles and shield. Okay, well there you go. So my bots will just deploy for the next like 7 minutes straight. You said that fatality is a bot 100%. He sits in game, selects buffs, but never deploys. So picking buffs is automatic. So really, fatality is just sitting in the game. That's all that is. Because remember, you get 3 buffs per game. If you get buff number 2 without having chosen buff number 1, it auto picks number 1 for you. So fatality is just AFK. That's all that means. And yeah, I could probably just kick him, but I actually didn't code that, so I would need to manually do it. Anyway, reach out to all of the endpoints and check their health. So this dot check health of endpoint. And yeah, my bots are probably getting stomped because I am not worried about making them good right now. Okay. If I changed EMP, like right now I have EMP missiles on it. If I changed it to lasers, that alone would probably make them do a lot better. But like I said, I'm not too concerned about this. Getting beaten in my own game. So check health of endpoint. What we're going to do is use Restify client, which we have, but we don't have it in endpoint monitor. And we don't have it in the server at all, I'm pretty sure. Overseer main. Do we have a REST client? Nope. No, we don't. So we need to make that first. Make a REST client for the Overseer. Yeah, and then the endpoint monitor is going to need it. We could pass it in. Yeah, we could pass it in. Okay, let's do this. So matchmaker REST client. Do we even need anything else here? Yes, this really should obscure any details for us. So fine, let's put this in the Overseer REST client. Great. So we have this is the Overseer REST client. This thing doesn't even exist any longer. Yeah, we'll fix that in a second. Let's go back to this. Okay, so then matchmaker main. No, what? Don't know what that was. So put this beneath setup logging. Okay, cool. So now I have a REST client. I'm going to make this in here. So this dot REST client equals new REST client. And what does it take in? I think whether or not it's AWS. Okay, and it is according to that. And then we pass this into here, this dot REST client. So then an endpoint monitor and our constructor. Yeah, this will still need to be changed. But in our constructor, we're going to take in the REST client. And that's going to be, we save that off too. And then in the health of the endpoint, we can say this dot REST client dot check health of endpoint, which really means that we shouldn't have this any longer. Okay. So this should be endpoint dot get host address. But even then, this isn't totally okay. Gonna be a lot that needs to be done here. Well, we'll take it one step at a time. So check health of endpoint, that goes here, and we take in a host address. So we say, I guess the base client should have a way to just combine URLs here. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So get full URL, host and port, URL after root. We want roughly the same function. This there. So then this is just going to be return this dot get full URL this dot overseer rest URL after root. Good, cool. Forms a URL based on a base URL and then the API. So this would be host and port. This is the base URL, e.g. http localhost 8080 slash. I guess it should end in a slash. The URL to include after the root. So for example, this would be something like users, which would get appended to form Hey Merlin. And yeah, not knowing what half of the different pieces of hardware do, they're described on the wiki somewhere. Eventually, like I said, it'll just be explained in the game. In general, so lasers, you kind of saw. Lasers, I'll write a basic thing here. Lasers can be blind fired. Actually, I guess I would say it like this. Can be blind fired. Can only be shot in cardinal directions. Can be reflected. So then missiles can target anything within a range. Also, they're instantaneous, and that's the same of this. Can be reflected. Artillery is not instantaneous. It has a travel time. Splash damage and min range of 5, max range of 7. Will Botland implement kill streak rewards? I'm not sure. I don't think so. Not for a while, at least. We want to keep manual interaction at first to picking strategies as opposed to actually changing the arena. So Zapper is enabled, like it's an activated ability. So calling Zap only turns it on. It is AoE damage around your bot. 100% damage to cardinal directions, 50% damage to diagonals. There will not be blood, probably. I don't think blood for bots makes sense anyway. Anyway, here's some of the basic things, and then there's also there's melee. So just attacks something cardinally adjacent to you and has an inherent charge ability that lets you move and attack every so often. So here are the offensive things. Then there's also landmines. Landmines are kind of obvious. You lay a landmine, they do some damage after some time. So hopefully this helps. And I'll put this on Pastebin really fast. And everything else I'd say you could either experiment with or just ask me about it specifically, because I'm probably not going to type all of this up. It's probably on the wiki somewhere anyway. So get full URL, get this. So simple wrapper around get full URL. Okay, great. So we have that now. Next, over here, what we can do is we can say get full URL where the host address is that, and we need the port on it as well, which I don't think we'll have. Darn it. We won't have this, will we? In register, I guess we could tell it the port. Or we just assume that it's 8080 right now? Yeah. When registering with the overseer, we should tell it the port that we're running on. Or just assume either that, or we just assume that it's 8080 everywhere. Which I don't think is a good assumption to make. But for now, we're going to do this. Oh, Oh, darn it. How do we do this? Yeah, so here's what I'll do. Git rest URL. Return http / this.host address :8080 /. So now there's a git rest URL, which I want to call from here. Git rest URL. Okay, yeah, so we can say this, rest URL. Rest server URL? Server URL? Do I want that? I don't know. Maybe just server URL. And then this would be health, and we want to get this. This dot port missing? Yeah, I don't have port there. That's what I was saying. I either just assume it's 8080 or I give it a port. Hey, Playing Risky. Haven't seen you in a while. Health API URL. I'm doing well. One of the things, I haven't checked to see if there's feedback on this stuff yet, but I wanted to ask people if I don't have something to show off in the last replay video. So if I go to bot.land, if I don't have something to show off, what would you guys want to see out of a, let's say, 2-minute video? Because this, do I have any comments on this video? Probably not. Yeah, this was probably a boring video for people to watch. I'll paste it in the chat. Fade says, I feel like melee is useless because by the time they get to you, they get destroyed. So if you have cloaking 3, melee 3, and let's say reflect 1, or maybe even thrusters 1, or there are a lot of ways. So here are the things that help melee. So there's teleport. Obviously, you can teleport right next to an enemy and then just start meleeing it. There's cloaking, which will let you sneak to the enemy. There's thrusters, which will just let you move faster and get to the enemy. There's reflect and shield, which will help you survive as you get there. And is there anything else that would help you? I feel like I'm missing something. No, maybe that's it. Oh, an EMP, I guess. So Fade, all of these different things can help you use melee. So for example, if you set up a bot with melee 3, teleport 2, and you have 2 levels left, cloaking 2, this would be, it'd be okay. I mean, I can show you what that strategy would look like. I'll write it. We'll see if it's any good. So where's my melee bot? This one. I guess we're going to change this so that it's got teleport. Commit. I don't have teleport? Oh, I have teleport. Do I not have cloaking? I don't think I have cloaking. There, commit. Cool. Now I have this bot. Okay, so none of these things are going to help me. Let's just pick this one. Let's try out this melee teleport bot that I have. So very first thing that we want to do is, can we melee? Then try meleeing. If we can't melee, then I'm going to try cloaking. And if we can teleport, then let's teleport. Otherwise, just move. So here's the bot. It's pretty simple. And let's see how well it does. So someone on the red team deploy some bots. Do it, do it, do it. And you don't actually need 2 teleport items for that. But don't worry about why that's the case. This is going to change in the future. Okay, cool. So Fade has deployed some bots. So now my bots are... Oh, whoops. No, wait. No, hang on. I screwed up my bots. I forgot to do this. I forgot to put pursue enemy in there. Okay, we need to put this afterward. And yeah, okay. And we don't need this line in here twice. So we're going to say delete 2 blocks. Perfect. Okay, let's deploy these instead. Okay, great. So there, we teleported and Fade is dead. So like melee is usable. It's just you need to construct a strategy around it for it to be nice. Or what you could do is you could use it as a backup. So you could have, let's say, missiles level 3, but if they get within range of you, then switch to your melee level 1. So eventually I should teleport over here too. Oh, it's probably on cooldown. Oh, there we go. So there, see? Now I'm just trying to hunt him down. Fade actually doesn't have any offensive abilities on his bot, so this is a little unfair. Can you spawn 3 different bots? Yeah, you can spawn 3 different bots if you want. So I could make this one, like, check this out. So I can say melee 13531 and deploy one of these. And then I could change this stuff around. I could say, let's do this as JavaScript so that I can just make a very basic thing to show you. I'll just put a return here. And then up here, we'll just put a reflect bot. So then this bot will be called reflect 13531. So see, I have 2 different bots in the arena right now. This one just tries to reflect. This one tries to use melee. How much of the game rules have changed? Oh man, I don't know. There's been a lot that we've been talking about that I haven't made official yet on stream. And even once I tell people about it, which I've kind of told people, just not, I haven't published it yet. But even once I've told people about it, it's something that just won't be implemented for another 4 or 5 months. So playing Risky, a lot has changed, but it'll continue to change to the point where it's probably not even worth describing what is currently the case right now. Oh, Fade put lasers on the bot. Good. Okay, now let me fix my bots, because I want just the melee stuff. So we're going to put melee, and we're also going to put a if % chance 30 and can move right, then move right. Let's do that. Deploy, deploy, deploy. So now they'll steer themselves a little bit more toward the right. Oh, these are still called reflect bots. No, wait. They're not even doing what they're supposed to be doing. No. Cut that out. Melee, can cloak. Oh, because they're not using the right thing. Melee. Cool. Okay, there are our bots. So yeah. You can find any of the APIs in here usually. So % chance is in random, but if you want the snippet for it, just go into support. So if you go into snippet support % chance, there's if % chance, and you can just customize it here. And can I stay next to the closest ally? Yeah. So there's a helper function called find closest ally and find my closest bot. These are 2 different things. So find my is only my own, and find ally is only my allies. So this is not my own bots. Adam, you know what would be cool? A nuke weapon. Kills all bots, including your own, but makes you completely useless until the end of the match to balance gameplay. Equipping the weapon takes X time to charge a weapon, and the bot can't move in. I think it's an interesting idea. I think it would definitely need to be balanced for the game. Okay, so yeah, my bots aren't doing as well now that Fade is actually shooting lasers at me. But they're not doing very poorly. Just moderately poorly. And there are all these resources on the ground too. I could pick those up if I want. Let me make some of my bots do that. So let me deploy 2 melee bots. And then do I have any reclaim stuff on here? I actually don't. Okay, well then that's it. Whatever, we're done. I'm gonna close out of this. Will my bots be saved for tomorrow? Press the save button, and then let me show this off really fast. So this doesn't work how you might expect. When you press load, it will actually load your bot in, but you need to close and reopen it, and then there's everything that you'd saved. And everything that you'd saved in JavaScript is also still there. So these are 2 separate things, what you saved in JavaScript and what you saved here, but you press the save button to save them both. So yeah, you can save 1 script. Eventually you'll be able to save like probably up to 10 or something like that. Or if you want, yeah, you could always hit edit as JS and then copy paste this into just a notepad file or something like that. But yeah, eventually I'll make that easier for people to do in the game. Fade says, that feeling when Adam tries to tell us how good melee is but fails. Well, all I was saying is it's not terrible. There are a lot of ways you can support it in such a way that you don't just die before enemies get to you. And even if none of these things existed, you could still make other bots. So you could have two of your bots be ranged and one of them be melee. Oh, and you'll have armor. I forgot about that too. Armor will let you live longer. Yeah, that was what I was getting at. So yeah, there's like 7 things that'll help melee right now. Okay, anyway, we have this. We want to get this, and we don't care about any of this other stuff. And I think the rest of this is fine. So checking health. So Restify, which is what I had open and just closed. Wait, Skynet, I don't mind if you add yourself to the lunch screen. Oh wait, never mind. That's different from... Sorry, I thought you added yourself twice. I was going to say, if you want to add yourself like 200 times or something, just let me know and I'll manually do it. But you and Surfing Ninjas both have red names that start with a S. That's what threw me off. Okay, so the client API has a timeout on here, and we just want to set a timeout. How do we do that? Connect timeout and request timeout. Now, where is this done, though? When we make a client? Oh, I do this through Super Agent. What am I talking about? I'm not even using the Restify client. So where are the docs for this? Loop. Here we go. And is there a timeout on here? Nice. Just do rec.timeout.ms. Great. Okay, so what should be a good timeout for this? Well, it should probably just be saved up here. This dot health check timeout equals 1000. Okay, so we'll timeout based on that. And then we don't actually really care about the response. Request dot then dot, yeah. Oh, the JSON response. So this is not phone home anymore. This is check the health of the given endpoint. So in endpoint monitor, we want to check the health of this thing, and then in the case that there's a response, do nothing, the endpoint is healthy. Like, actually not do nothing, but the endpoint is healthy. We should probably update when we last checked this thing. But in the catch case, that's where we want to do things differently. So the endpoint didn't respond within a certain amount of time. Hey, folk. What indeed? I don't know what that was a reference to. So in this case, we need to do a bunch of stuff. So this dot endpoint failed health check. And in this case, yeah, there's a lot of stuff we're gonna have to do. Also, we're iterating over these things here and then probably modifying them. So I guess I could just do this. Const endpoints equals underscore dot keys, this dot endpoints by address. And then iterate over all of them in such a way that they won't have been removed from here. Actually, I guess I could just use map in that case. Underscore dot map endpoints, this dot check health of endpoint dot bind this. And this shouldn't be called multiple times. I don't think it is called multiple times. Oh, I've only heard that song once, and I think that was my first assumption. As soon as I hear hello, I think this has to be an Adele reference because I don't get it. But okay, fine. My hunch was accurate. So this is what we have to do. And that should be it. I'll just put something here saying that it failed. Logger.error health check for, what do we have? A get name on this thing? Get name, yeah. For endpoint.getName failed. Okay. Eventually, this needs to do a whole lot more than just log. So to do handle failure based on the type of endpoint. No, get rid of this. If the health check failed, shouldn't the other overseer promote itself to master? So this is, there's the overseer, there's the master overseer, there's the secondary overseer, and then there's the master matchmaker and the secondary matchmaker. So the health check failing is the overseer is trying to reach out to the matchmaker. So health checks happen from the overseer to the non-overseer endpoints. Whoops. So in this case, if a health check fails, it's the master matchmaker that went down. And in that case, yeah, we still need to promote something, but it's not the overseer, it's the matchmaker in this. Have you already decided on the 100-day celebration? I think so. But it's going to take a lot of time to do. So it might not be on day 100 exactly. So serving ninjas, hopefully this makes sense. Okay, so now how do I try this out? And more importantly, how do I try this out without having to push every time I want to do it? Actually, I don't know if there's a way to do that. Maybe I just need to start working in branches? No, this sounds bad. Yeah, I don't have a good answer for this. What's this? Okay, let's move all this stuff up there. How many more lines do I have to go? Okay. Figure out a way to be able to test whatever I'm writing at the time. Right now, the only way that I can think to try out my code on my Linux VMs is to do a git push first. I should have some way of, I don't even know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I host a local repo and replicate everything there. Maybe yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I do. Okay. So yeah, I don't know the best way to do this, and I think if I were to host a local repo and then pull everything from that, I think that has its own issues, does it? Do I just rsync to this thing? I don't even have rsync, do I? No. Not on Windows, I don't at least. So I guess that's not one of the Unix tools that was installed. Well, I'm pretty sure I'd already verified that last week. Okay, let's say I had hosted a local repo. What would I have to change? Right now, this pulls from a particular Git, and I need to make that specifiable. Oh, this is going to be annoying. This is going to be annoying. What else can I do? Try to get this so that I can test it locally. I'm not sure. It's going to be tough. Well, something I could try in the interim is to restart both of these things. I don't even know what's going to happen if I do this. Okay. Overseer REST URL not specified. What? Yeah, what? That shouldn't be needed by an overseer as well. No, this is bad. This is bad. The issue is that this is being checked in the common REST client. It needs to be checked only in things that require it to be set. Hear repo and immediately think you're giving us access to your code. Nope. Okay, what do? I could put this in the... I could put this in the matchmaker directly for now. It'll still be a problem later. I could specify, okay, yeah, there. So problem, I don't need overseer REST URL from the overseer itself. So solution number one is ignore it and just specify it anyway. Well, not, yeah, specify it anyway. Solution number two is take in a parameter that indicates whether to assert for this thing. Solution number three is handle the assert somewhere else. And solution number four is handle setting up the overseer URL somewhere else. I think handle the assert somewhere else is not such a bad thing. Right here, this process.m.rest, yeah. I think we just do this in the other. So if we got here, then we assume that this is set. It's not guaranteed because the overseer itself uses this REST client but doesn't need it set, so it should ideally never access this member variable. So then in matchmaker main, where we do these other things, we just need to make sure of this too. Util.exists. I don't have util here. That's stupid. Underscore.isString. And I guess I should format this the same way I formatted this one, must specify. So then if I load up Node and I do process.m.foo, which doesn't exist, it says undefined. So checking if this is a string is okay. And thank you for the follows, Icarus and Chapu. Keep forgetting it's a leap year. Oh yeah, that's right. Today is leap day. Happens very rarely. And I didn't comment on it at all until just now. Okay, well this should fix this bug. So now I should be able to start this up. Press run. And then it works. Okay, good. And then I run this. And what am I hoping will happen? One is it'll connect, and then two is that health checks will be done. So let's see if the health checks work. Oh no, get rest URL is not a function. What did I call it? Get rest URL. It is totally a function. Where is this coming from? Endpoint monitor 52. Whoops. Get endpoint.getRest URL. What? Inspect endpoint. Let's take a look. We will beat this thing. This is a bad idea. Just a bad idea. The overseer fails. No, if the overseer fails, we have a bigger problem than that. Okay, so then I got to restart this, and then hopefully this is still gonna fail, but I'll have more information this time. So what is our more information? Oh, endpoint is just a number. Well. I typed keys instead of values, didn't I? Yes, I did. So let's change that to values. And let's do it in the cool kids way, which is going into here and making a reverse for it. So very great. Keys and values. Good. So now I can reverse it there. Ahead of your breaking stuff. Okay, let's try it out again. So we launch this. And we launch this. And this shouldn't fail this time. It failed. It's failing repeatedly. Oh, wait. It's failing because it's trying to connect the wrong port. So in endpoint, I could change this temporarily. I don't know why that word was so hard to say. But it's not a permanent solution. Okay, so now health check shouldn't fail. Okay, good. As soon as I close this, it'll start to fail. Health check failed. Good. Perfect. So then the health checks are working, and we just ran into just a whole bunch of other issues. So I need to figure this out. I need a way to be able to test this. Localhost will not work. Well, actually, it would, I guess. So solution number one, host a local repo and replicate everything there. Then pull from the local repo instead of from Bitbucket. It's actually a pretty good idea, I think. But solution number two is go crazy with environment variables. What are the other solutions here? I think that's it. Yeah. That way everything will still work on localhost because all of the ports would be specifiable. Okay, well this is done. And this is something I still need to do. So I guess what I have working right now, I should check in and then figure out a way to fix this. Clean up code, check in lint. How big is this to-do file? Very, very long. This is, yeah, apparently 1,363 lines. And, well, to be fair, a lot of this is archived stuff at this point. So I believe, yeah, it's really only 1,000 lines long. But yeah, I've been working on this to-do file since 6 months ago. Unfortunately, I keep adding to it because it's very hard to remove things from a to-do file and not have them get replaced with other stuff. 5.1 gigabytes. Botland would never get done. So cleanup code, that's a worthy effort. Let's try that out. So main, yeah. The assert to see if overseer rest URL is specified is now done in the matchmakers main.js so that actually, this should really be its own check-in, shouldn't it? Shared REST client. This is a bad idea. Is now done in the matchmakers main.js so that the overseer itself doesn't fail when it's not set. So you had almost everything planned from the beginning. No, that's not really true. If you were to look at the VOD for today and the first maybe 20 minutes of it, so I have a roadmap to do for each given week. And usually it's more structured than this, but when I started DevOps, I stopped being as structured. So I wrote probably half of this to-do list today. But then there's a bunch of other stuff, just other tasks that have been around for a while and that I need to make sure are done. And then from like 5 months ago, there's the gray area, which is all of the stuff that I wasn't using plain tasks back then. So this stuff all looks really ugly. So yeah, just gotta Just gotta spend another couple of years. So I'll be done. What if someone gave you a 5.1 gigabyte text file and said, inside of this are the winning lottery numbers? Would you still slap them? Yeah, thank you. I will definitely need the good luck. I appreciate it. Okay, run.cmd doesn't need to change. This I want to comment on. Get rest URL. Rest URL gets the host plus port formatted as an HTTP address that represents this endpoint's REST server URL. And it returns a string. So that looks good. Let's try out, well, no, I guess we can't try anything until I fix that one issue. So I need to comment these things then. So this worked. This is actually pretty good. Periodic update function. Actually, let's just say, let's call this check health of critical endpoints. Because that's much more specific, and when I want to make it more generic, I'll just rename stuff then. Checks the health of all critical endpoints, such as the matchmaker. Doesn't return anything. Checks the health of a single endpoint. The endpoint to check based on, I guess this could return console.log isn't needed. And then this is called when an endpoint fails its health check. Doesn't do anything yet, but it will. So that's done once every second. So the overseer now performs a health check for all non-overseer endpoints every second. For now, if this fails, it will simply log an error. So that needs to be fixed at some point too. But that part looks good. What do we have here now? So we're now making the REST client. If we got here, then we assume that this is set. Okay, looks good. Get full URL. Yeah, I just wait. No, yeah, that'll work fine. Okay, and then we have an overseer REST client which has check health of endpoint. Perfect. Just need to comment this. The time in MS to wait before considering a health check to have failed. Done. So here's where the cool part comes in. The part where we test on Linux. Spelled with a CKS. So we go to Debian 1 and, oh wait, no we don't. We PM2 kill first? Because PM2 probably has this stuff running. Yeah, it does. PM2 kill. I wonder if that should be done right from the very beginning. But now we should be able to git pull and then run Ansible. So let's do it. Yeah, I'm probably gonna ban Dimitri. Yeah. Now, out of curiosity, Dimitri made an account exactly 2 weeks ago. How many people is this person following? Like, is this a real account that was taken over? Is it just a spam account? 0 following. Yes, probably just a spam account. Okay, I don't feel guilty about that then. All right, everything's set up. Let's try it out. So on here, PM2 logs, and on here, PM2 log. Oh, that doesn't look good. Health check for matchmaker failed. It shouldn't even know that a matchmaker is connected to it. What? What? Registering with overseer. How is the health check failing then? probably doesn't know what the address is to go to. This is bad. This is bad. Bad, 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 bad. Alright, we need to get some information about this, so let's kill this stuff. PM2 kill, PM2 kill. And let's load up the Overseer's something or other. I don't know. The REST client. Vim, command not found. Sudo vim /home/vl deploy /botland. Let me just switch user to root. Okay, so here I am. Let's go back one to BL deploy. Go into botland infra overseer and then vim rest client. Vim is still not found. I never install Vim on these stupid machines. Gotta be kidding me. OS is Debian. Don't forget about Vim. Actually, I wonder if Build Essential gives you Vim. Well, let's just apt-get install Vim for right now. I could just use VI. Oh, thanks, Clone. It says Build Essential doesn't give Vim. Okay. Well, then it's a good thing I wrote it on that list as its own thing. I don't know why this is taking so long. 148 kilobytes per second? That is very slow. Hey, JFrap. 74%? 76%? Yeah. I don't know why it took so long, but it's almost done. Actually, there's usually a Git 4 after this. Now it's just got to unpack it all. What's going on with this machine? Failed to receive data from socket. Oh. Okay. Let's reconnect to it. Why not? And take a look at Task Manager. Wait, what? The dialogue went away without saying anything. Is it timing out right now? Is that what's going on? Whatever. Whatever. Figure that out later. For now, what I want... Yeah, it did. Failed because the connected party did not properly respond. Yeah, that's too bad. So anyway, I want to see what the URL is for this. Logger.info. Checking URL. Health via server URL. So if I rerun this, and I don't know if there's a good way to do this. No, there is, because I made a good way to do it in the form of pm2 start pm2.json pm2 logs. Take a look at that. Okay, so this part's all fine. It can't establish a connection to the other overseer because the other overseer doesn't exist. But then here, when I do the same thing, now it should get a connection, a registered endpoint. We should see this show up in the log. We don't, so I must have screwed something up over here. Overseer REST URL isn't specified. What was my solution for this? Oh no, my solution is to... darn it. If AWS is false, then the overseer REST URL needs to be specified here. And it's got to be... Oh, this is just the worst. 192.168.120, I think. Is that what I said? This is why I should set up DNS on my own machines. 120, yeah. Not a good solution. Also, I need to run Vim on here, which I probably don't have. Nope. apt-get install -y vim. Oh man. Okay, well at least that finished quickly. So now what? I modified pm2.json. At some point, this will be found. Unpacking. You're right, playing risky. My brain is wired backwards. Alright. So we load this up. We type this into here. This is going to be overseer rest URL. And then the actual URL is http 192.168.120. Do I need the whole thing in there? I think I do. Yes, I do, which means I put that there. Then I save this file and try running it again. PM2 kill. Oh, it worked. Well, that was fast. Wait, so did this register? An endpoint registered itself with us. And now it says checking health. Yep, that's the problem right there. Okay, how do I fix this? I think I need to set up DNS. Set up DNS locally so that I don't ever need to... No, this won't even fix this. Although I really should do that too. So that my pm2.json files can just say overseer.bot.lan. What do I do with this issue? Problem. The overseer can't contact the matchmaker because it thinks the matchmaker is on this. Why would it think that? Why would it think that? Endpoint monitor. How do we get the host address? Here, register endpoint. And that comes from what? The REST server? The overseer, register endpoint? Yep, remote address is taken from rec.connection.remote address. Oh, otherwise we pass it in. Wait, so what if I just didn't do this? Or I specify what it should be, which is maybe even worse. Overseer REST server. Let's become further entrenched into this thing. Oh boy. Where's the... Oh, there it is. ZZ. Yeah, ZZ. So what if we yank this out of here and put this here? This can't be stupid. There's no way that this is stupid. So PM2 kill, PM2 kill. We rerun this, and then we rerun this. And guess what's gonna happen? Everything's gonna work. Oh, it actually did work. Right? Checking health. Health check failed. No. Failed. Failure isn't what I want to see. What? What happened here? Alright. Let's... 192.168... Wait, what? What's the IP address? 121. 21.80.80 colon health. No, let's return 200. No. Oh wait, can you not specify URLs this way? Oh no, it's not even trying to contact health. Oh, that's a problem. Wait, how is that a problem? Right here, check health of endpoint. That's in the REST client, which tries to specify. Oh, no, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I bet it can't specify things like this, though. Yeah, this is not a valid URL, huh? What am I supposed to do then? Adam, how long ago did you start the stream? It was on September 8th. Oh, well, I missed a lot in chat, apparently. Red as a Tortoise says, Debian CMD sounds like a cruel joke. Oh, so I don't mind explaining. I wrote Debian.cmd so I can connect to my Debian Linux boxes. And .cmd is a Windows file extension. So having Debian.cmd is a weird mix of Windows and Linux. Anyone got that? Or tried watching the stream in the morning? How long do you... Oh, wait. Oh, this particular stream? Oh, you can just do bang uptime for that. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I misinterpreted. And then how do you get... Garanja, I mean that's part of what programming is all about, though. Just running into multiple problems, or maybe I'm totally wrong, and this is just how I think programming is. Oh, everybody runs into millions of problems every day. Okay, so what I've got to figure out is how I'm supposed to contact something like this, because clearly that doesn't work. How to use IPv6 addresses as URL. Wow, someone already asked this question. Oh, you just drop the leading colon? Or you add brackets around it all? Just enclose in square brackets, that's it? That's all I have to do? So I just put a bracket here and a bracket here? No. Oh, whoa, it worked. It worked. Yeah, nice. Go brackets. So now how do I figure out, okay, there's actually a lot of things to do here. So this should be written like this. Just when you hit those issues that seem to be pushing you back on progress. I remember when you were frustrated, spent a lot of time and felt like nothing got done. Yeah, I think that's happened a few days on stream, although only one of them was what I'd say severe. So where's IPv6 in this stuff? Here it is. So using IPv6 address as a URL, just put square brackets around the IPv6 part. Okay. So in order for me to know, remember the day when you were integrating Babel? What do you all have, like, fond memories of my terrible days? So Deadbringer, who I don't think is here right now, actually gave me a really good idea the other day by saying you should make every IP address an IPv6 address, even if it is just an IPv4 address. That way you don't need any special handling once you have an IP. You just treat it as IPv6 everywhere. And I think that's a good idea. I also, oh man, I am very deeply miring myself in these problems right now. Okay, so for my code to work on my Linux boxes, I want to pull the rec.connection.address. Oh man. address from the connection, not from the rest parameter. Why IPv6? That's just what I happen to be getting from this line of code. Does VPC support IPv6? I don't know. What I do know is that when I'm running this on my own Linux boxes, I'm getting IPv6 addresses, and I don't think it'd be very hard for me to just support them that way. Alternatively, I could convert into IPv4 addresses. Or on AWS, I could turn everything into IPv4. Maybe that's what I do. Huh. What to think about this. And then after that, for me to use IPv6 connections, I need the URL to be in brackets. So maybe when I make an endpoint, I can check to see if it's IPv6 or not. Node search, npm search. This has manipulation functions. I just want to be able to tell, is it an IPv6 address? Is valid. Returns true if it's valid IPv6 or IPv4. But what? How do they have an API documentation thing here? Conversion. Atari's Python says, I found out the problem I was having with my internet, so now I can finally watch streams on my PC. Oh, good. What was the problem? Okay, let's just look through the library, I guess. Where does it start? Source. Oh, it's a coffee file. I hate these things. Kind IPv4. 2-string byte array match. Let's just try this out. Oh, hey, Deadbringer. I was just talking about you, saying that you gave me an idea to turn everything into an IPv6 address. Okay, I'm going to just use this library. How do I install this? Is it IP address? Oh, it's .js. Okay, so let's get this. Let's try this out. Desktop, del, make dirt, test, cd test. What's in here? Well, nothing's in here anymore. Okay, great. So now let's do npm init-y. Don't care about anything else. npm install -save. Okay, so I have IP address now. Let's try it out. Global.IP address equals require IP address.js. Do I need the .js part? Apparently. So now what? I have IP address. So what are the functions I have? Oh, there's an is IPv4. IP address.ipv4.is IPv4? Yes. Okay, so if we call this with this address, that's true. What about IPv6 is IPv6? False. Okay, sounds reasonable. So I can use this library. All right, Nick was in a new position. Ton of electrical interference. Huh. Man, there's a lot to do here. So I would need to call this. And I can convert between the two. Oops. So this is equals true and false. and then I could convert to use 1 all the time. I think I can convert to IPv4 everywhere. I just don't know if that's a good idea. What if, I don't know, shoulders. Alright, there. Let me fix my posture. The more Adam thinks, the less he gets done. Well, I think right now I'm also thinking about food. I think that has a lot to do with it. But I also, there were like 3 problems I ran into at the same time. And I guess I kind of fixed some of them, but I gotta shut these things down now. Let's do PM2 kill on both of these. I'm a bit confused at why you'd ever want to convert an IP type. So, if I have an IPv4 address, like 192.168.1.10, versus, let me find this other one, versus an IPv6 address, so both of these represent the exact same IP address. Both of the above are the same address. The issue is, what I want to do is I want to form a URL. So I want to say something like REST URL equals HTTP plus IP address plus 8080. So this is what I want to do. And if I'm going to get an IPv6 address, this part is going to fail because you can't just access this in a browser without putting brackets around it. So there's some logic I have to do based on whether it's an IPv4 address or an IPv6 address. So I figured, why not just always convert to one of the types and then not have to do that logic there. So that's my reasoning. And on AWS, I'm always going to get IPv4 addresses probably. And why wouldn't you just store your IP address as a string? A valid IPv6 address does contain square brackets. Well, really? Because I have it stored as a string. Okay, so let me point out where I'm getting this from in the code. I am getting it from here. So when I do the request, so the request is coming from, I think, Restify. When I do rec.connection.remote address, the remote address doesn't have brackets around it. So I wonder if I were to convert this thing, let's find out. There should be a, let's look at convert. Converted back to a string representation, the .to string. IP address .parse. So let's try that. IP address .parse this thing. Parts. No, even the toString of this library doesn't return out with the brackets. Huh. Just force IPv4. How would I do that? And out of curiosity, like, why bother with any of this? I don't think there's an issue with me using IPv6 addresses. Maybe, is it? Yeah, square brackets are so that the browser can understand it, which, not even browser, just when it's a URL, when it's in HTTP, it needs to have the square brackets there. So, but I don't see a problem with when someone connects to me, I just do this check. If they're IPv4, I just convert it to IPv6, and then there, that's done. It gets saved. I don't worry about it ever again. The code is totally future-proof. And if it's already IPv6, then I'm done there too. It's just kind of odd. Well, what this gains for me is that when I'm testing locally, where all my Linux VMs apparently already have IPv6 set, then the code will work whether it's on Amazon or not on Amazon. Anyway, I think I'm going to do things this way. Yeah. All right. Let me start to work on this. So what do we have here? pm2.json contains that. This yeah. All right. All right. Yeah. Let's get to work on this. So what did I have here? This thing can be totally undone. Yeah, I'm still not going to check that in yet. All right. So I want to get the IP address library, and then I want to check these things. So the only thing that would need this for right now is going to be, let's close out of these other things. So now you want to get to work? Okay, yeah. I want to use this library from inside of endpoint, I think. Because that's where I have the address coming in from. Or maybe... No, maybe it's just wherever wants to use this thing. Yeah, okay, fine. So, host address. This is coming from REST server in the overseer, and it's right here. So when I finally make an endpoint out of this, the endpoint itself is going to know how to set this up. Yeah. And then getting the host address will always be an IPv6. This always returns an IPv6 string. Okay. However, it will be stored in IPv6 format, which is probably really going to complicate things now that I think about it. If this conversion function, where was it? If this thing is converting this string into an IPv6 address, wait, 192 C0, C times 16, 192, yeah. A8, that's 10 times 16, so yeah, 168. Yeah. So this is much harder to read than the corresponding IPv4 or the encapsulated address, because I need to know that 1 indicates that this is the third octet, and then 15 indicates that this is, wait, that's not even right. This is 1.21. Yeah. Okay, that's what I typed up here. Yep. Frustrating. Why can't I have a different script per bot? I made a script and clicked another bot, then deleted it, and it was gone on the other bot. What? I made a script, then clicked another bot, then deleted it. Yeah, you have to deploy bots one at a time. And by the way, this is only something for the current state of the game. Eventually, you'll be able to have much nicer script management. Okay, well, there's a way to put this back into an IPv4 address for printing it out. Or I just get really good at reading IPv6 addresses. Or I just use IPv4 like people are telling me. So I guess I'll just do that. Fine. However, it will be stored in IPv4 format. Okay, yeah, let's just do that. Copy and paste your script in a notepad, store. What is this? That's just mean. Alright, fine, I'm gonna get lunch soon. Jeez. I had a script for one bot, then clicked another one. I did not get an empty field. Yeah, so your script is not associated with any particular bot necessarily. It will be at some point. All right, I get it. I get it. You guys don't want to watch me anymore, so you want me to go eat lunch, and then you'll be done with me. So returns as an IPv4 string. So that's because it gets saved as an IPv4 string. So this is always an IPv4 address so that it's easy to manually inspect the strings. Can I save a script that's on a bot that's deployed after I deleted it? Yeah, you can, but you need, well, okay. So let me show this really quickly. Are you going to create a trailer? Yeah, at some point, I think. And it won't be me who creates it. It'll be someone who actually has any skill at that who creates it. So take a look, Brower. I'm going to deploy two different kinds of bots. I'm going to deploy one that moves right. And I'm going to call this the right bot. And I'm going to auto deploy and hit deploy. And then I'm going to make one that moves left. And I'm going to deploy that. Whoops, I named that one right as well, actually. Well, they're both named right. But the one that's moving left is the left bot. And now that's it. So whenever any of these die, they'll just get redeployed and one will move right and the other will move left. Just like a lazy eye. So yeah, I don't know if that answers your question. I have the bot on screen, but I don't have the script. Oh yeah. So that part, yes, you've lost the script at that point. Yeah, so I can't just revert my script. So you would need to save them off in some other external way at this point. Eventually that won't be the case. But can I get the script? Yeah, no, you can't. No, that's not possible. So yeah, sorry, I didn't understand what your question was until just now. So the host address needs to be converted. So let's do this. We'll say this dot convert, not this, shouldn't be that, IP address dot, first of all, we need that. So let's do const IP address, or whatever this thing is called, IPAddr equals require IP address.js. But that's not what it's called either, it's this, right? Where's the require statement that we used? IP address, yeah, good. So there's a convert function in here somewhere. IP address.ipv4 dot something. What is it? Parser. Parse. So what if we parse an IPv6 address? What happens? String is not formatted like IP address. Oh wait, I don't need to do that, do I? I need to convert it after that. Oh yeah, okay, fine, so let's do that. Let's do this. Test equals that. So I have an IPv6 address. Now what are its functions that it has on it? To IPv4 address. Oh. So I have the type of it, right? Test dot type. Test dot. What do they call this? Why am I failing so badly at this? I looked at the coffee script. Let's just look at the coffee script again. It said here kind. Oh, they called it kind. Who calls it kind? That's a function. IPv6. Okay. Whatever. We have IP address. We'll just make a function for this. In fact, it probably makes more sense to put this in the util somewhere. Maybe I put this in a shared network util. Well, it does make more sense to put it there. Although there's no package.json here. Yeah. Then that's what we're going to do. Yep. I've changed my mind. So shared networking. So we want network util. Do I even use this from anywhere? Network URL. So network util from networking, network util. Okay, good. Networking, network util. Okay, so we have that. Next, we want to just do a network util dot convert to IPv4 host address. Great. So now I just need to write this function. We got rid of the, oh darn it, okay fine. Well, then we put IP address.js, and then over here we write a function. So address, we export that function, convert there, and then this function, the way that it's going to work is this. We just do IP address.parse. Where do we do this? Yeah, IP address.parse. So const parsed equals IP adder.parse adder. If parsed.kind equals IPv6, then we do to IPv4 address on it. Ooh, that, I guess we want to return it as a string. At IP. So this equals this dot to IPv4 address. And then we just return the toString of it. Couldn't be easier. Did the lighting just turn red? Yeah, that's the follower reward. I hate Capillara. Emote idea, Adam flabbergasted. Yeah, and by the way, if anyone who has followed me recently got a whisper from Botlad, that's the link. That's what that does. Okay, so convert to IPv4. I think this function will work. We need to test this out, obviously. So let's just copy paste this directly into the console here and then call that function. So we'll call it first on an IPv4 address, and we get the exact same thing back. Perfect. And now we're going to call it on an IPv6 address, and we should get... Whoop, why can't I select this? There we go. And we should get pretty much the same string. Nope. No, that's very wrong. That's very, very wrong. Let's do console.log IPv4. Actually, just stringify IP. Oh man, all right, couldn't have screwed that up more. So IPv4 address.kind. Let's see what that's equal to. It should be IPv6, right? Oh, I need to copy paste that function again. Oops. All right, I screwed all that up. I should have just made a file for this instead of doing whatever it is that I'm doing right now. And then at the bottom of all of this, I just want this. This is it. Let's just copy paste this. Okay. So yeah, it's IPv6. So but then this thing didn't work exactly. To IPv4 address. So what happens when I do that? Converting to IPv4. If I just copy paste all this stuff now. Yeah, it is converting, but then it doesn't convert it correctly. So then this means that the parse itself is going wrong. Oh, my left-right bot was feeding. Okay. Well, let's try this. So address equals IP address.parse, and we'll pass in the IPv6 address. Good. Now, when I converted this, what's it called? To IPv4 address. How did this not? Oh, it does work. What did I do wrong? Oh, I made it a constant. Oh, well, that's a problem. And problem solved. Yeah. All right, let's get rid of all this stuff now. So, given an IP address in either IPv4 or IPv6 format, this will return a string representation of the IPv4 equivalent, I guess I should say. So this is a string and this is a string. And yeah, it was a const problem because, so the issue here is I wasn't doing use strict. The code that I had before, so check this out. This code, when I paste it into the console, it works. If I switch it back to what it used to be, which is a const, and then I say use strict, it won't work anymore. At least it shouldn't have worked. Convert to IPv4 address. Huh. That's unusual. Yeah, weird. I would have expected use strict to catch that. Well, whatever. Okay, so I have this now. I also need to go change a bunch of other things. So we go into infra shared networking, and I need to do npm init-y here. There's so much to do. So we set private to true. Get rid of this stuff. And then we do npm install save IP address.js. Then when we do npm install shared stuff, we need to install from the networking folder as well, because that was never done. And everything should be good. Okay, see you playing risky. Oh man, I am actually really hungry. Lurking re-engaged. All right, I just need to call this function from inside of endpoint. We have network util, we have this. Actually, this should already be working. So, and also so that I don't have to put square brackets around the address when treating it as a URL. All right, so did whatever I do, is it going to solve this problem? So this, I don't need that. And then yes, this is another thing that needs to be fixed. Pull it from the connection, not from the REST parameter. The only reason to specify a REST parameter was for the sake of local testing, which is why that should be controlled by an environment variable. And who knows where I set that, but REST server.js. Oh, also, have people been voting in this straw poll? It's kind of a generic thing, and I know the question is really long. But what I'm basically wondering about is, what will people want to collect when Botland is released? I think, have people been voting? Yeah, there's 5 more votes than there were on Friday. I think I'd fit into category number 1 here. Collect everything but sell duplicates. I fit into category 4 on Hearthstone just because of how they deal with disenchanting stuff. But yeah, I think on Botland I'd be category 1. Which it sounds like already the majority of the people are at. What'll happen when that function receives an address like that? It won't work. And ideally, it would not ever get that input. In fact, let's find out what happens. Let's find out what happens, at least in this library, if I do this. Yeah, trying to convert a generic IPv6 address to IPv4. So it'll just fail. Yeah. I should really write that down here. This will fail when the specified IPv6 address cannot be converted into an IPv4 address. It will throw an error in that case. Wait, what? What was Capital R's message? Oh, I see. What code language am I using? I'm using JavaScript. It's mostly ECMAScript 6, but well, anyway, if you're familiar with JavaScript, then me saying that is, I guess, good enough. And if you don't understand it, then that's totally fine too, because it's not really worth explaining too much. So one of the issues I had was on this REST server over here, which was this, and how this is being controlled, and how I probably shouldn't do this at all. So we allow the client to set their host address in those cases for the sake of testing. I don't know. I think if it exists, we use it. I think that's what I do. Yeah, I think that's what I do. So if not AWS and this thing exists, so const specified override address equals this thing, And if it exists, then we use it. Yeah, that's a much better way of doing this. I like this a lot better. If we're on AWS, then we have different IP addresses for each box. However, when we're running locally, let me just move this up here, along with, I guess, this line. When we're running locally, we're likely going to have some form of local host's IP address. So we allow the client to override their host address in those cases for the sake of testing. Perfect. Yeah, good. Good. And then this can be simplified into just that. All right, nice. So that's 2 birds, although I use 2 stones. So I don't know why I would even try to use that analogy. All right, let's take a look. So I guess this needed to be done in its own commit. I want to test this out, and then I think it's finally lunchtime. I'm just going to eat so much food. JavaScript 2020. And yeah, Atari is Python. I think branching out is good once you feel comfortable in the first language, or you feel like you... Yeah, well, anyway, branching out is good. I want to eat food, so I'm going to stop trying to formulate thoughts. Okay, so I had forgotten to set the overseer REST URL in the matchmakers pm2.json. So basically, anytime I make a change, I've got to make it to a million different places. I've got to set up DNS. Okay, so this is good. Great. Remote address. So this in itself is one change. So the overseer's REST server now no longer requires that you specify a remote address in register endpoint. It's now optional, and if it's specified, it will be treated as an override. This is so that my Linux machines can have their unchanged remote addresses shine through the REST APIs, the REST API. I just want to control lights. Yeah, so it takes a little bit of time to get them, but also you could just, like Capilara said, you could have just asked me from your other account. That way I don't have like ghost accounts. This is just gonna keep getting worse apparently. And these commit messages are so non-git. Yeah, starting with a star is my own convention that really is not great. And yes, I know I should have like a subject line and then this. I'm consistent in my messages at least, and I do try to maintain commit cleanliness in the sense of having one thing per commit. And sometimes I slip on that. So yeah, I should probably just change conventions at some point. Oh, wait, what? Deadbringer? Is that an issue on your side where you didn't specify that it should downscale, or is that AWS's problem? So I'm going to say, if AWS spikes up due to traffic and then doesn't come back down and then charges you for the stuff that you didn't use because it didn't come back down, then it sounds like their problem. Anyway, no longer, yeah, cool. All right, good. Next up, we just got to put this commit. That looks fine. Install shared now takes care of the networking folder. Good. Then network util has a function in here. The get internal IPv4 address is a bad idea. It's just a bad idea. Let's just get rid of it, because I'm not using this at all. Yeah, I don't like this. And if I want to later, I'll just rewrite it. But right now, it's not being used. Okay, all incoming host addresses are converted to IPv4. I didn't realize until testing on Linux that I was getting them as IPv6, which wouldn't have been a problem, but you can't use those addresses in URLs without putting them inside square brackets. Okay, so we have that, we have that, we have that. This doesn't get checked in, and this does with IP address. Great. Cool. Out of curiosity, how big is this folder? Oh, very little. Okay, that's not bad. So here comes the real test. This is where hopefully everything just works. But we all know my history with this stuff. So clean up code, check in. We haven't linted. I'm just going to delete these things from here. So in order to test this out, we go to Debian1. Where's Debian1? There. And then I do git pull. Cool. Go into the Ansible folder. Wait, did that work? Hang on a second. I had edited some of these files. I wouldn't have expected that to work. Huh, it did though. Okay, so Ansible, and then I have this. Will this work? Well, in order to know for sure, we first need to check, are either of these things running? Good and good. Perfect. So let's run this, and hopefully we're good. Oh, misconfiguration. Okay, got it, Deadbringer. At least his room bears my color. What? Green? You're... Okay. Alright. Now we check PM2 logs. Health check for matchmaker failed. Oh, why? Oh, actually, I bet I know why. I bet because the REST client is trying to specify its own remote address, which is just a small bug. Or where would I be doing this? There's somewhere I have written in the code. Let's just search for 127.0. This right here. Here's the problem. If we're not on AWS, set the host address to something that the overseer can actually reach out to. Ideally, it would be the address of this machine. Yeah, just get rid of this. There. So that needs to be gone, but that needs to be gone on the other machine the matchmaker is running on. So we close out of this stuff, PM2 kill, PM2 kill, and then I need to, let's make a new, what just happened? Root su password. Alright, so vim BL deploy botlan infra matchmaker rest client.js. Yeah, right there. So we just delete this. There. Great. Then we rerun it. Where? Yeah, this. PM2 start, PM2.json, and PM2 logs. Alright. Not bad. So that's a problem. That's a big problem. That is... Oh, I had two processes running. I thought I killed PM2. Okay, good. That's working. So far, so good. And... Okay, good there. And health check should be working. Okay, we're looking good. So if I close out of the matchmaker, which is running here... Oh, what's this? Internal server error. Quest.callback. No. No. Okay, well, if I close this anyway, then we should start to see health checks fail over here. No, we don't even see that because I got an internal server error. Oh, undefined. Oh, what's that? Undefined is host address, right? No, maybe this is still my fault. Actually, no matter what, it's my fault. I'm the one coding this. So remote address, we have specified there. If it exists, then we specify it here. It's host address there. I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure this out after lunch because I'm too hungry. So where I left off, I am getting, actually the important part was here. Getting this in endpoint monitor undefined. I am getting this from the overseer. I think that I'm expecting host address somewhere. I don't know. Okay. So I'm going to go to lunch. Before I do that, I'm going to put everyone on the lunch list. This thing has gotten crazy apparently. So let's do this in a smart way. So I'm going to put this in here. We're going to, actually let's put everyone on their own line there. And then there is a sort unique. Perfect. So here are all of the unique names. So here I'll say remove from lunch BRB. And if you're not on the list, I'm not gonna figure out, not gonna put you on now. So then we're gonna do BRB lunch 45M, and then we join all of these, put them in there. There we go. Your name is not on there. Did you spend points? Anyway, you can always be on there tomorrow. So yeah, when I get back from lunch, I'll be on for another 3 hours. Gonna work through the rest of this. It should be pretty good, I think, and hopefully we get to the point where we're running this on AWS by the end of today. So what's going on with my? Okay, and you guys have diluted the importance of the BRB lunch thing because you're all fighting with each other now for screen space. But okay, I'm gonna go get lunch. Thanks for watching so far. See you guys after lunch. Holy moly, what are these red things? Are these mines? This is too funny. Hey Montage, I got like for you on Judge Bacon. I don't know why this is so funny to me. Oh man. Alright. Okay, I'm done. All right, so I'm getting this from the matchmaker. In endpoint monitor undefined. Let's take a look. Gonna dive way back into coding. So yeah, host address doesn't exist at this point, and that's why this is failing, because register endpoint doesn't have a host address. But how did that happen? Remote address equals rec.connection dot remote address. Oh, whoops. Oh, darn it. I coded that wrong. Okay. Well, I found the bug at least. Let's go try this out now. So, PM2 kill. Let's just make sure we've killed both of these things. Then, this is the REST server on the overseer. So, I need him to go modify that. We're already at root here. So, let's just do REST server. And we look for override address here. So, this should be override address. And then that should fix everything. Let's go try this out now. Okay, that started up. We should get a registration. Good and good. And I kill this and we should start getting failed health checks from here. No, we're not getting those. I wonder what failed there. Let me print out when it's doing a health check. How about that? Hey Fade. Here's Pixie for you. What? What am I looking at? Yep, weird. Weird. Okay, so this thing is, I think this is being set correctly, but then health checks aren't being performed. And that should be done from here. Check health of endpoint. So let's just modify that. Vim endpoint monitor. Why does the console say woof woof in the bottom left sometimes? That happens when I type something that doesn't complete. So let's say I hit H tab, it'll say woof woof, and I never, or if I hit backspace when there's nothing on the, like if I press backspace right now, it'll say it. I'm not actually sure why it's those two words in particular, just woof woof, but yeah, whatever. Excuse me. Yeah, so I wanted to find health here. So this particular one. So logger.info, checking health of endpoint.get-rest URL. And then down here, I want to say done checking health. Excuse me. Oh God, I hope I don't have the hiccups all day. Hang on, let me cough for a little bit. Oh, I don't have water here. Hang on a sec. Okay. And Clone, thanks for following. Oh, I might also play a sound. I don't actually know. I don't have my sound turned on. Which, yeah. It wouldn't know if I had my sound turned on either. So I modified this. Let's go up to here and restart this, which involves a PM2 kill. Okay. So this will start up. Good. Then this will start up. And now we should get information about health checks. So checking health, done checking health. Checking health, done checking health. Okay, cool. So then what about this? So checking health, done. Checking health, done. How could this possibly be succeeding? There's no... Oh, I never did PM2 kill. Oh, I'm an idiot. Earlier I kept hitting Control C, but I was doing that on PM2 log. So when I kill this, that's when the health check will start failing. There we go. Okay, well then everything's working. We're good. So what did I just change? Git diff. Yeah, I fixed a bug there with the remote address. Yep. Okay, so that's it. Git reset hard. Although, does that affect... No, that should be fine. Oh, wow. Alright. So, good. Fixed bugs around overriding the remote address for REST client / server interactions between matchmaker and overseer. Alright, good. Yep. Alright, there we go. How do you store map information internally? Are the bots stored in a list or as properties of map cells? So that is done. I can show you exactly the code where that's happening. So I keep track of, let me find this. Okay, so I just keep track of the entities in the arena. And the entities know where they're positioned. I also have a set of tiles. And the tiles are just an array. The tiles know what is on each tile. That way it's very easy for me to say, hey, given this tile, which entities are here? Because I need that to be a very fast check. Hey, Commander. So hopefully, yeah, that should answer it. And if not, let me know. Oh, another straw poll. I don't... Okay, whatever. Whatever. So then this is done. So set up DNS... Actually, let me do the linting step first, because I think that'd be a little bit easier. So let's close... Let's just actually switch to here. Gulp lint. This won't even lint all the right directories, will it? Maybe it will. So I do both. Well, so the entities are stored as a dictionary of ID to entity, and then the tiles themselves are just an array. And if I want the tile at, let's say, 5, 6, then I do 5 times width plus 6 as the index, and then I do tiles index to get the thing I want. Do you encapsulate this logic inside of a single class so you can switch as desired? It's in a couple of different places. I mean, encapsulation is important if you think you're going to switch. And is all this written in JavaScript? Yes. I mean, encapsulation is important for more than just that reason, but I don't have it all fully encapsulated. Like, tiles are just an array. I could make a map class and have ways to access things on that. Alright, as far as linting goes, promises defined but never used. That is true. Missing semicolon. That is true. AWS util is defined but never used. Wait, what? AWS util is not defined. Oh, wow. So this would have never worked. Wait, what did I just... Oh, Okay, so where do I use AWS util? From here. So let's go use that up here. REST client underscore is defined but never used. Util is defined but never used. Endpoint type is defined but never used. And logger is defined but never used. Util logger assert. Don't care about those. And then what do we have? Underscore util. And here we have underscore util endpoint types and logger. Okay, so now there should be only 3 linting issues. Why is this stream interrupting all the time? I'm not sure what you mean by interrupting. If you mean there are dropped frames, I don't see any dropped frames on my end. If you mean it's freezing, then that could be because my CPU use is too high, which I don't think should be the case. Yeah, it's low enough. And if there's something else like, I don't know, you need to refresh the page, it could be that your internet can't handle the bitrate that I'm sending the stream at. And I don't have transcode options because I'm not a partner. How do you delete lines so fast? It's not interrupting for me. Control-Shift-D is what I use. But it's all based on whatever I'll show you. So I use this. I use the delete line macro. And I just happen to have it bound to Control-Shift-D. But I think by default it's bound to Control-D. But anyway, yeah, this is what you'd want to know. The reason, yeah, Control-Shift-D is duplicate by default. I think I duplicate more frequently than I delete, although maybe that's not true. So I map them differently. So this duplicate is just Control-D and delete is Control-Shift-D. But whatever, you can always map them to whatever you want. Okay. So linting is done. I need to check this in. And I need to just not check in this. Fixed linting issues. Does Control-Shift-K work for me? Oh, it does. Yeah, okay. Huh. Well, it's nice to have it accessible all via where your left hand naturally rests. So figure out a way to be able to test this. Yeah, this is the part where I'm not sure how I'll do this. Host a local repo and replicate everything there. Okay, the hosting the repo part is fine. Replicating between repos. I could write a custom script for this. It's just a custom gulp script for this even. That just copies all JS and JSON files. It copies all files not inside node modules. But then I need to do a commit there. We need to do a commit / push there though. Echo said Sublime is amazing. I just wish it was a little less expensive. I don't think the price is probably ever going to change, but it's at least free to use. I'm kind of surprised too. Sublime 3 isn't even fully out. It's still in beta, isn't it? Yeah, currently in beta. And it's been like that for forever. Well, it's good to see that he's still updating it. See the blog post. That's new. Huh. Sublime HQ team. Wow. Head over the new forum. Huh. I guess he does still have big plans for this. Interesting. Okay, so then I would need to be able to commit and push. Oh, you don't get anything extra when paying. At least I don't think you do. All it does is gets rid of the nag screen. Every 20 saves, you have a nag screen that says, hey, are you sure you don't want to buy Sublime? And all you have to do is press escape, and that's it. You can use it for free for as long as you want. But if that bothers you or you feel like you want to support the developer, then that's what I did. I paid a long time ago. I think it was like 3 years now. Okay, and then finally I would need to, let's see, pull from this. The repo needs to change. Repo equals. Is this going to find it in YAML files? Yeah. Finally, I would need to parameterize the repo that I'm pulling from. Or rather, just allow for an override. Then, when I want to test a change, I first need to do something like git gulp deploy local or gulp test code gulp, yeah, deploy local, I don't know, something like that. Wait for it to finish, then run on Debian 1. That's not so bad, I think. You should use Trello to make to-do list. I haven't actually used Trello before, but I don't really see a problem with the way I'm doing things right now. Trello would probably add a better search interface, which I haven't really even really needed, I guess, to be honest. Hey, Spurtman. Happy Monday. I think keeping as many of these types of functions in one tool reduces the time it takes to work. Can you legally use Sublime commercially without paying? I don't know the answer to that. And that's the kind of thing I certainly would have looked into if, let's say, I didn't own Sublime and I wanted to use it now, but because I already own it, I don't really have any problems. Okay, so the question is, should I implement this? I don't think it'd be that hard. I just need to implement it. That's all. But I think the other thing is pulling from this repo. Actually, I could just always use my IP address, 192.168.110. Which shortcut do you use to switch between tabs in Sublime? So you probably can't see it a lot of the time, but I have this mouse, and let me show you. It's moving. It's very hard to do this because my thumb is triggering the cursor moving around. But anyway, I have shortcuts on here that let me switch between tabs if I want, and if I want to like page up or page down in between them, or backspace align. I can't tell where I am on this because I don't usually use my pointer finger. So in short, it's Control Tab, Control Shift Tab. But then also, depending on if I'm doing something, like let's say I'm in server.js and I want to go check out, I want to check out my to-do list. Now, in order for me to get back to server.js, I can actually hit Control Page Down to get back to the last tab that I was on, whereas Control Shift Tab and Tab go by screen position. Or I could hit Control 5 if I want. So there's a bunch of different ways. Anyway, yeah, if I were to code this, what will this take? So first I need to host a repo on my own machine. And I need to put this in, actually really anywhere. As long as I don't have this code accessible to the internet. So I need to have this running on a certain port. Or set up SSH keys for this. Yeah. So I would have to set up the repo and set up SSH. Is this overkill though? I could just do the same thing with environment variables. Wait. No. No. This wouldn't even work. I would still have to push my code over somehow. Also, anytime I do an npm install, no, that stuff would all be fine. Game layout is the same as the Lego robots with a drag and drop logic. Lego robots. I don't think I've seen that. But yeah, I think it's a pretty, like, I think this is a pretty straightforward way of coming up with, actually, I just realized you haven't used the game back in how it used to be. Let me show you. We're going to get back to this design at some point, in some sense. I'll show you a video really fast. So view as new visitor. Let's go back to the old videos. So something like this. Let's skip directly to like here. Yeah, so this is how this used to work. I'll just paste this video in chat. This is just a random video that happens to show this off. But the way Botland used to work is you used to have to drag hardware on as well. So you got to pick what bot you wanted to make on the fly. We're going to get back to something like this. I am nearly positive that my computer has actually gotten worse since I started streaming. Because the frame rate on this looks fine. It looks like... Yeah, I don't think my computer can do that anymore. Huh. Okay, well, getting back to this. So setting up SSH, I wrote down in the Git, hosting a repo. After this, you should be able to connect to it. Git clone SSH. Yeah. Let's try this out. I'm gonna make a test repo somewhere. BL test repo. Okay, so in here we're gonna do a git init bear. So there's an empty repo there. Now I can clone it from another repository. So desktop del make dir bl test checkout. So I would do git clone .. /bl test repo. Okay, cool. So now I can make a file if I want to. I could do touch hello world.txt and then git commit, git add hello world, and then git commit -m hi, git push. Cool. So now I have that. I want to set up SSH. No, I'm not running. Well, Spurtman, for the recap videos that I do, I'm not usually running anything extra. I'm running exactly what it takes. What is this? Wow, this looks way more complex than Botland. But then again, I think this is possibly doing something in real life. Is this for the... Oh, anyway. Mindstorm or whatever it was called. My concept for a new game type. King of the Hill map. Bots start out randomly on the outside edge, fight their way to the middle. A bot gains 10 points for each turn and sits on the center. Yeah, we thought of doing this in a slightly different way so that we could still use a rectangular arena and it wouldn't change too much. We would just designate certain areas as the hills, so there would be maybe 2 of them. So we have thought of something like this. I think it'll be interesting to see in action, but it would take a long time to do. Okay, so I have this repo set up. Now how do I make it so that I can connect? Let's try this. So I'm going to make go here. I guess just go back to here, cd code. So what if I do this? Git clone. I don't know what my username is. It might have to be AGD. What is this? All right, at 192.168.110. Then this thing is going to be totally different though, because it's somewhere in the. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to do this, because I'm hosting this from a Windows machine. What kind of education do you have? I got a bachelor's in computer science. So Balan test repo. This is the directory where I need to have this thing point, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to like this path because there's a colon in it. Maybe I can just escape that. I don't know. I don't think this is going to work. I think this is going to fail. Yeah. So Windows host git repo. I could actually just do this with Tortoise, I think. Desktop Dell BL test repo. Yeah, this definitely didn't work. Open bash. Make dir get init bear, get init add, get push. Huh. Leo's Oscar. Are you trying to move from Windows to repo? I'm trying to just host a Git repository on my Windows machine, which I can do, but then I'm trying to pull it from a Linux machine. I'm not sure how to specify a Windows path here. Maybe I just do this. It wouldn't know that it's the C drive though. Yeah, this is stupid. What if I specify a path that doesn't exist? Test. I'm not sure how to do this. Do I need... Oops. Hey, Gramanon. Thank you for following. I wonder if it exposes this as a different path. Do you have SSH server on Windows running? I don't. I guess Git wouldn't be responsible for doing that. SSH into it using PuTTY and get the path that way. A better question, what are you doing? Yeah, I'm not thinking is what I'm doing. Because I had this running on Linux, and these were the steps because it was on Linux. Just really write that here. Linux. Should be able to connect to it, assuming OpenSSH server is installed and running. Yeah, so what I want to do is host a Git repo on Windows that I can just pull from. Ideally, I would have some kind of auth on this. And Nathan, you can install SSH server on Windows? Is there a better way for me to do this? Maybe SCP files over. You may just pull from a local path. So, yeah, I need to pull from, well, I guess from another machine on my network. Host a Git repo on Windows that I can pull from on another machine on my network, my VMs. Because I want to get my test code onto my VMs without having to check it in because it's just test code. So if, let's say I went into server.js and I said, oh, this shouldn't be 0, this should be 5. How would I test this code out on my VM setup without committing and pushing it? And so what I'm thinking is, oh, I'll just commit and push it to another repository entirely. But I don't think it's going to be that easy to do. What if I yell test with Tortoise? Is there any... Does Tortoise give me anything like this? So it made an empty repository, but then what? In settings... Yeah, I don't know. Okay, maybe this is a bad idea. Maybe the way I should do this is... Maybe I should just use Bitbucket for this. I could... No, that sounds stupid too, though. I guess you could just use a machine running FreeNAS if it's only for a repository. Yeah, that's all it would be, but what is this thing? Go-to solution for managing storage. Oh, I see. This is just network attached storage. Okay. Maybe Git hooks? Is there a better way to do this? Also, what are Git hooks? These are just the triggers that happen when you do something in Git, right? Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I would do this. What? A bachelor's degree doesn't... Never mind. I don't even care. Okay, so I think this is overkill. If I'm going to go that route, then I should just make other branches for test code. You're solving problems which are already solved by every project ever. Well, hosting a Git repo I could do from my Linux machine just fine. Doing it from Windows I think is harder. Mostly in that I don't know what software I'm supposed to be using for that. And I imagine that in other projects what they would do is they just do this. They just make a new branch, test out their code, push it as many times as they need to. It could be their own branch. Yeah. I wonder how I would do that then, because I can make a new branch, I can start putting code into it, but then this thing has to know to pull from the correct branch. I wonder how we do that. Ansible Git module. Does it have branch in here? Branch. What? Track submodules. Oh, version. What version of the repo to check out? This can be the full 40 character SHA-1 hash. The literal string had a branch name or a tag name. So I can say version equals and then a branch name. Yeah, I guess that would work. I wonder how I'd make an override for this. So if this defaults to head, yeah. Yeah, I guess that was solution number 2 or 3. Just use a branch in the Bitbucket repo. So now what's the advised way to set this up on Ansible? So all I need to do is specify something like version equals and then some version here. But I want it to be head by default and only be modified if you pass in something else. As an extra var, I guess. So Ansible override variables. Brower, you said Bitbucket versus GitHub? I mean, they both serve the same purpose. Bitbucket provides private repos for free though, whereas GitHub has you pay for them. You may push different branches to different upstreams if you want. I only have one upstream. Well, in this case at least. Better you know where to put it, and then you have to think about it a lot less. If multiple variables of the same name are defined in different places, they get overwritten in a certain order. In 1.x, the precedence is as follows. Extra vars always win. Okay. Yeah, that's it. That's all I need to know. So I can specify something. Role defaults, which lose to everything but and are the most easily overwritten. Where are role defaults? Just overwrite the var in the group vars. So I think group vars could be a good place to set this, or even just putting it here, to be honest. Really anywhere. I don't think it matters too much. GitLab is greater than Bitbucket and GitHub. But this was that thing where you got to pay for this, right? Do they have a free tier? Free trial. How long does this last? 30-day license key. Role defaults are roles/your role/vars. Huh, I don't think I've... Wait, no, you don't have to pay? But this thing says 30-day license key. Where do you not pay for this? You're on the wrong page. Oh, okay. So I should just write this down over here. Windows, use GitLab. I still think it might be easier for me to, well, maybe not actually. I always go to the enterprise pages. Okay, well, let's get a clone guy here. Overwrite the var and group var. So role defaults are roles, your role/vars. So Ansible role defaults, role/your role/vars. So what is my role in this case? Because one of the things, task and each role have their own. I don't think I ever really learned what roles are in Ansible. Or maybe that's like a server, in which case I thought of it as group names. Roles and include statements. Build on the idea of include files and combine them to form clean, reusable abstractions. So where else do they mention roles in here? New in version 1.2. Oh, I don't have a roles folder. Common, files, templates, tasks, handlers, vars, defaults, meta. Oh wow, I've been doing this totally wrong then. This is how I probably should have specified things, I think. Oh man. A role is literally a group of tasks. I have a role for my web server which has tasks to do things. I should have been doing this from by default, I think. Let's look at Ansible. Did I write anything down about roles here? I don't think I did. Oh man. Alright, so basics. Project structure. This is discussed a bit here. Ansible so dynamic, you can do things in a number of ways. If you don't already have roles, you can probably do it your way. Yeah, I think it's worth writing some of this stuff down though. Roles reference. So roles are a means of organizing playbooks. So yeah, roles are a means of organizing playbooks in such a way that variables, tasks, etc. can be automatically loaded based on file structure. Sort of like how group vars works. Do you just have a single playbook and that's where the magic happens? I think I have two playbooks. So I have I have two major ones, installing a matchmaker and installing an overseer. And I guess these would be roles. So matchmaker would be a role and overseer would be a role. And the way that they work is there's a bunch of common tasks that I put into their own YAML files. But I'll also say this. I'm not too concerned with modifying my Ansible setup unless there's a need to do it, because what I'm trying to focus on right now is solving a particular issue. And it sounds like there are a couple of things I can do. I can make a totally different repository that I host on my Windows machine. And one of the things I got to be careful about is opening this machine up at all. Let me think about this. I could use GitLab to host this on my own machine. I would just need to make sure that it isn't open to the world. Oh yeah. No, and I appreciate the advice clone, definitely. I guess what I was getting at is that, I mean, I'd also appreciate advice about how to, I don't know, like position my monitor on my desk so that I'm not straining my shoulders, but like now wouldn't be the time for that either. And I don't even think you're trying to make it that time. I was just being preemptive in what I was saying. Is there a better way of doing this stuff though? Because I could just use a branch. And if I were to use a branch, what would I do? I'd go into here, I'd probably say create branch. Base it on that. And then call it something like test, switch to it. I'd have to manage a whole other layer of this stuff. Either way, I'd have to manage a lot of this. I just don't know. The issue here is that I would need to switch to a branch locally. Actually, I need to switch to a branch such that I still have all of my changes too. Let me think about this. So I modify a file, right? I say next socket ID is 5. I save it. Now I go into here and I say switch or checkout. Yeah, so this is, oh, there is create branch. I don't think I want that. Or I could just do create branch here. But then it would be based on that. I want it to be based on what code I have on my machine right now. Alright, so overall, let me write some of this stuff down, because I still need to plan this out. if I go with solution number one, and I'm just thinking about this. So imagine that Botland was hugely popular, and now there are a team of, well, now there is a team of 10 people. I am a new employee at the company, and I want to test my code. What do I do? So if I were to go with solution number one, then my boss would basically tell me, run a deploy local script, then point Ansible at the local repo. And solution number three would be create your own branch for testing, which is probably what would be happening anyway. People aren't going to be pushing to the master branch. And then push as many times as you want to that branch, and then just point Ansible at that thing. So yeah, I think I'd probably want branches for this. Create your own branch for testing, which we'd be doing regardless of whether deploys were affected, so that you're not all pushing to master. Okay, so let me try this out. Let's just try both of these things. What if I say switch and I say create new branch? Test branch. Weird. I need to merge my code in now? What? What am I doing? Oh man. Alright, what branch am I in right now? Right now I'm in test branch, and what, I don't have my changes any longer? No, I do. There they are. Okay. So what did I even just click to do that? I think I went to switch checkout and clicked create new branch. Or did I say just create new branch right off the bat? Or are those even two different things? I don't remember. I'm going to have to try this again when I'm done. But anyway, let's delete that branch. Let's switch back to master. Your branch is ahead of origin master by one commit. You get push to push. Saves your uncommitted changes across branches. Pretty sure I just screwed something up. Pretty sure. Can I delete this branch? Delete. Okay, well, at least deleting branches is easy enough. But I'm one commit behind it said. I wonder if I pull, what's going to happen? It says up to date. Okay, well, then here's what I could do. I could set, I'll say repo branch, and then I can change this anywhere I want to, and I can set a default for this somewhere too. In fact, I could probably do this here. Can you make variables wherever you want? I don't necessarily want to do it based on roles. Variables defined in inventory. Facts discovered about a system. Yeah. Am I standing? Yeah, I'm standing. I don't know, I'm trying to wrap my head around this stuff right now. I know that has nothing to do with standing. I'm just saying, you gotta do this thing. So if I said this, if I said repo branch and it's head by default, so I said head here, I'd also have to say the same thing here, and then I can override it with a variable. So then I'm gonna remember what steps I'm doing here. I'm gonna do switch checkout, create new branch. I think at that point I would just create a branch. Anyway, it's fine. switch/checkout, create new branch. So let's try this again. Create new branch. We're going to call it just test branches. Okay, then it's got all the changes that I've made here. I can push to this one now. Let's try that out. So let's make a change to server.js that's actually going to be noticed. Perhaps just something that crashes it, or that logs even. Let's make it log. So logger.info started the test branch version for let I equals 0, I is less than 100, I plus plus. There. So we'll definitely see this when it starts up. Now let's try pushing here. Oh, there's no camera because my computer can't handle it right now. I don't know why, something is going wrong, but when I do try to turn my keyboard camera on, my CPU usage triples. And I don't know why. That's only started happening today. Okay, so this is a nonsensical change that will test a new deploy process. Oh, this won't work though. Not unless I... Okay, let's try it. I'm gonna push. Okay, so create pull request. Okay, so that it's been done. Now on Debian 1, this box right here, I have git pull. All right, so then I can switch branches over here. Git branch. I'm on master. Git help branch. Git branch. How do you switch branches? Not switch the working tree to it. Use git checkout to switch to the new one. Oh. So I have to do git checkout test branches. Does that work? Switch to a new branch. Ansible host. This doesn't seem right. Then what I do, get pull from there. Already up to date. Huh. In Monadic Bind, it does some extra stuff, or at least I don't think it does extra stuff. I think this one tries to do that too. It's just the other one does it better, but it shouldn't take like triple the CPU that I'm using for every other process on my machine right now. Okay, so I'm apparently, if I do git branch, I should be in test branches. All right, and then I should see my code that I changed. So let's go into the overseer and take a look at server.js. Yeah, there it is. So I can go into Ansible now and run this thing, but specify repo branch equals test branches. Sudo password. Okay, wait, before I type this in, let's kill some stuff over here. Okay, yeah, here goes nothing. Repo branch is not a legal parameter at this level in an Ansible playbook. What? Oh, whoops. This was supposed to be a variable. I didn't make it a variable. Whoops. Okay, I think I meant to do it like this. And, well, maybe... Darn it, I don't know anymore. Vars colon, yeah. Yeah, I think this is what I meant to do. So this needs to show up in both of these. Well, that's a good thing I'm testing this. Then I would push what I've done over here. Fixing how I specified variables in the Ansible playbooks. Okay, so I push this. Okay, good. Then I pull it from over here. Good. Then I run this here. Okay, so if that works, then what we should see happen... Why doesn't this switch tabs? So what we should see... Ow! Oh, man. Okay, that hurt a lot. Okay, well, we're gonna act like that didn't happen. I don't know what I was thinking, but I like slammed my hand down thinking that the desk ended sooner than it did. I think this broke like my resolve. Unexpected token equals. Well, that's probably because I coded this wrong. Oh yeah, I just said let equals 0. Okay, well then it must have worked. So the only other thing I would need to check here. How many fingers do you have to amputate? There's only one real like serious injury I ever got at a computer job. And that's when I was dealing with this very old computer. I opened up the case. It was a lot of metal, just a lot of sharp metal, and I slid something in such a way that this thing gave before I expected it to, so my hand just kept sliding and I sliced my hand. It wasn't really, really bad, but I usually don't bleed as a programmer on the job. And I mean, you'd expect to see blood as a doctor or maybe as an MMA fighter, but not as a programmer. Okay, I think this worked. I think that the only other thing I need to test here is this needs to be set to nothing, and then it should operate the same way it had before. I can only imagine what my face looked like. I'm sure someone's going to send an odd shot to me at some point. So we should see stuff here, and there's unexpected token. That's not good. That's really not good. Huh. So what does this mean? Oh, what's that? Script already launched? This is on the matchmaker though. Yeah, that's fine. This wasn't pulling from the right repository then. Pull from head. What? Yeah, this says repo branch head, and in install, or where is it? Pull from botland infra. I have version equals repo branch. What? Oh, it needs to do a git checkout there? No, that's what version should do, right? Huh, I don't get it. I got 2 high capacitance discharges from computer cases and a broken finger because the tilt mechanism on a desk chair failed. Oh, God, I can't imagine. I mean, I already had the chair fail on me enough. That's apparently not a command. I think it's this. Yeah. You're supposed to unplug your chair. Okay, so yeah, this didn't work the way I expected it to. I bet on the target machine I have the wrong code, so PM2 kill. We could take a look in here by doing git branch. Yeah, this is still on test branches. It should be on the head, and it's not. Why is it not? Where are all the commands I'm supposed to be running here? Oh. So if I say, wait, is that what I just ran? What did I just run? What did I run? Where's the command from this? More install. What? File or directory? No, something's wrong. I think this is where I tried getting this to work. Yeah, something's wrong. Let's manually specify head in here and see what happens. Head is not a branch. No, but this. Oh, well, then I guess I'm just stupid. That should probably just be master. I was gonna say the version is set by default to head. So I guess what I need to do is yeah, how do you change branches in this then? Okay, check out. Do you like the waveboard better than a straight keyboard? It doesn't really matter too much to me. You don't with creating VM and now working on what? Oh, you're done with creating a VM and now working on what? I'm working on getting it to the point where I can test code easily. Ansible git checkout specific branch. Head is a synonym for current branch in this case. Huh. Whoops, how did that even happen? Git not checking out a branch. Depth equals 5 was a killer. How do they do this? It said version, repo, some branch. Where do they even specify that? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do here exactly. Maybe I have. I don't know. I don't know how to make this check out a certain branch. And I'm pretty sure I'm just being stupid about this. I mean, I could probably just specify master there, but I don't know if that's the solution to this. Let's try this. Master. Also, let's do PM2 kill over here. And here we can do the same thing. This will stop multiple processes, I think. PM2 logs. So this should start up soon. And I don't think it'll have an error. I think it'll be on the master branch now that I specified it. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe there's some other way to do this. Doesn't seem like it's doing anything actually. Oh, I never typed in the password. Okay, there. Now we wait. All right, this thing is running. Yeah, it's running. So it should start up pretty soon. There it is. And yeah, works fine. Yep, this is good. So then if I do PM2 kill here and I do, let's just do this from over here, I guess. Botland infra, where at? Oh, it's gotta be over here is BL deploy. Okay, so fine, we'll just go back and do this. Git branch. Yeah, now I'm on the master branch. So I guess I'm supposed to, it's head by default, but it's head of whatever the current branch is. So there's nothing to just change branches. Ansible get change branch. Is this seriously not a thing that people are doing? Okay, I guess it's master by default then, and whatever I had done is not correct. So we just set this to master, and then this to master. So I'm going to try this one more time. We're going to push this. This we also fixed, I guess, so fine. Need to use master instead of head in Ansible's Git module. I push that. And then over here on Debian1, I need to pull this stuff. Good, that worked. And then we just run this. We're going to run it with a specific branch, test branches. Okay. Now let's do PM2 logs over here. So we should see it spew out a whole bunch of something like this is the test code. It'll happen soon. Yep, great. So perfect, that worked. Now we try the same thing with no argument, and it shouldn't spew out any of that stuff. Cool. So now we do it without this. We can stop this stuff too, it just doesn't matter. Okay, and now it's going to start up and it's not going to say started the test branch version a million times. In fact, it won't say it at all because it doesn't even have that code. And if that works, then I think we're mostly set here. Oh, did I not type the password again? Gotta stop forgetting to do that. Here goes. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so then this all succeeded. I need to turn this into the regular branch now. So when I'm done, so I have this stuff committed. Now I want to what do I do? I want to merge this into the master branch. Merge master. Is this? No, I think I switch to master and then I merge in. Is that what I do? Switch checkout. If I switch to master, click OK. Good. And then I try merging in the other branch. I think that's what I do. So it says this stuff. Now what? Now I can commit into this branch? Nope. I don't know. Did it just automatically get these changes in here? I don't know what I'm doing. Weird. And yeah, labor UI Git, I know. And it's been mostly fine for me right up until now. Although actually, even if I was using the command line for this, it's that I don't know what I'm doing right now. Okay, so I did this git checkout test branches on the Ansible machine. Git checkout test branches. Yeah. Then how do I, on source machine, to merge back into master? So git merge into master. Git branch, git checkout. Okay. Now I commit something. And you get a call that there's an issue with the website, you need to fix it. Check out hotfix. Alright, cool. So then you check out master and you merge in the other branch. So that's what I had done. Huh. So then I think this should have been fine. So if I were to go into my infra and just do git branch here, yeah, it says that I'm on the master branch. So then this did work. So git checkout master, git merge test branches. That was it. I did do this correctly. But then why does it seem like I didn't? Because if I say show log here, I guess that's why. Origin master. It's because I haven't pushed yet. Okay, I guess it worked. So if I'm correct in what just happened, then when I run this with no branch name, it's going to spew out a whole bunch of you're on the test branch stuff because I merged that into master. Look at the graph in the GUI, you'll see master and test branches on the same commit. Yeah, and then just the origin was on a different one. Okay, so then I guess that was fine. Yep, alright, this did work as I expected then. So is there a way to see this in a better way? What is ref log? No, I don't want that. I want to see a more visual thing here. Revision graph. What? Okay. Well, so much for that. Yeah. Master's local origin master. Yeah. So then I think everything should be pointing at exactly the same version now, and then I can get rid of my test branch if I want to, because I have no need for it anymore. Switch / checkout. Delete branch. Okay. So that's everything. I've got to remove this stuff now. I didn't want that in there. I guess I expected merge to stage the merge, not to actually do it, if that makes any sense. Like, okay, suppose I did this. I am in master and I have a.txt and b.txt. So I make a new branch and check out called whatever, just branch. In branch, I change b.txt to say hello world. I commit. Great. So now I check out master and I do git merge branch. So is there a way for me to stage the changes? That way I can see that hello world was added to b.txt and then decide if it makes sense in the master branch. Is that possible? Because, so I haven't been dealing with branches at all because it's just me working on the code. So I thought, okay, I'll just do everything in master. And the last version control system that I used was Mercurial, and then the one before that was something based on Perforce. And they had their own paradigms for this stuff. There will be a merge conflict. Wait, there wouldn't be a merge conflict in this case, because there wasn't a merge conflict for what I just did, and I pretty much did this scenario. I should probably test this out. I should probably test this out on a totally new repository, but undid some of the test changes that I'd made for the sake of trying out branches in Git. Git merge branch name, no commit. Oh, and no fast forward. Okay, and I wonder if in here I probably have those options. Yeah. So no fast forward and no commit. Okay, cool. So let's look those up really quickly. Git no fast forward. What does no fast forward mean? Hey, noob for lunch. Also, you can use git rebase -I. Merging is a pretty common operation. Git by default will try to merge in a fast forward mode. How is this different between that and not fast forwarding? Assume I created a topic branch named speed up from the current master. After working on this branch for a while, 3 commits, those white circles, I finally decided I'm done, and then I pushed it to my own remote. Meanwhile, nothing else happened in the master branch. It remained at the same state right before I branched off. Once the project maintainer got notified that my branch is ready to be integrated, she might use the usual steps of git fetch, git merge. Because master has not been changed, Git will perform the merge using fast forward. The whole series of the commits will be linear. So I think I just want no commit when I do this. Oh, wait. Oh, interesting. Okay. It pulls changes from some branch you need to yours, and then you merge it. Yeah. So the only thing I'm debating on is what's a better way of doing this just for this. Like, imagine I could do both and then I'm fine with both. Is this a better way, no fast forward, or is it not? Anyway, I want to try this out briefly. But thank you both. There. All right, so here are my instructions then. And then, what else do I need to know about this? Oh yeah, on the Ansible machine, I can do that. And then I can, actually I don't even need to do this. If you made code changes to the Ansible files themselves, then do this. Otherwise, just specify an extra vars of repo branch equals branch name. What is this? All right. So let's see. Yeah, I want to try this out in another repository. I checked out this Dell Botland test checkout. So in here. So I have some file, hello-world.txt. And let's just say that it says hello in it. And let's go to desktop Dell BL test checkout. we're gonna do git commit dash m something. I don't really care. Doesn't matter. No changes. There. All right. So next up, I want to make a new branch, and I want to do this through the UI since that's probably what I'm going to be doing on my own anyway. So this shouldn't have a red. Yeah, it's not. Great. So we do switch and checkout, and I'm going to make a new branch called hotfix. Cool. Now I go and I modify this so that it says this is the fix. Then I check that in. Fix stuff. And now I want to put it back into master. So I switch back to master. And then there's a merge here. Can I just click that? Merge branch hotfix. No fast forward, no commit. Actually, I think it's just no commit that I want. And now I can choose to commit, and I should see that. Nope, I don't. So much for no commit. How does that work? Yeah, so I guess I do want no fast forward as well. So that's what Deadbringer was saying. So if I say show log, are both of these pointing at the same thing? They are. Okay, so let's try that one more time then. We switch and check out back to hotfix. There's nothing to merge yet. Here's another fix. Then I commit this. So much fix. And then I switch back to master and merge. And this time I check both of these boxes. Automatic merge went well. Stop before committing as requested. So then I choose commit, and I should see my changes here, right? Yeah, cool. That is what I wanted. And now what does the log look like? Show log. Merge branch hotfix. Yeah, and so now hotfix doesn't point to the same thing because there was an extra commit on top. And this graph looks like what I expect. So now I know where to look at the history of things. So yes, I think this makes more sense to me, and I think this is what I want to do. Make sure to do this with no fast forwarding and no commit. Command line would be git merge test branches dash no commit and dash no ff. Now I need to write this down in a more reliable place. So I have this note. We're going to paste all this into here. Well, not entirely. Branches and merging. So in Tortoise Git, you can choose so right click Tortoise Git, switch / checkout. Then check the create new branch. Check the create new, they capitalize it all, new branch box and type in a name. Click OK. So this is our test repo, so we're going to create a new branch, hotfix 2. Cool. Now why is there a merge here? Merge master into it? Shouldn't that have been there by default? Yeah, it's already up to date. You'll get a UI about merging. Get a UI where the bottom left says merge, but you don't need to do that since your branch will already be up to date. Okay. So then, after that, make commits as normal. So Tortoise Git make commits as you normally would. when you're done and you want to merge back into master, you should do a switch/checkout back to master, then click the merge button in the bottom left. In this UI, make sure to check no commit and no fast forward. That way, your changes will be staged in master for you to review them, and the no fast forward will make an extra commit in the revision history. Out the merge. Is it weird that I know these git commands by heart? Git log -- graph. Oh, cool. That is actually really helpful for looking at your log. So this is how to do everything in Tortoise Git. There. So now, if you're not in Tortoise Git, so command line, switching and checking out is git branch -b new branch name. Is that what it is? Let's try it out. Git branch, git help branch. Git branch -b does not look like an option. What is it? Checkout? Git checkout -b. I think that's what it was. Yeah. So git checkout -b new branch name. Hey, sick. Oh, it's going pretty well. Do you even know git filter branch? I think I had to use that command once, and I downloaded a whole program just to use that command for me. So this is equivalent to git branch and then git checkout. Git branch new branch name and then git checkout new branch name. So that's a command line. This will make the new branch. Then make your changes as normal. Then do git checkout to merge back to master. Git checkout master, git merge test branches, -- no commit, -- no ff. Okay, cool. So now the only thing I need to write down is this stuff about Ansible. So I've got those notes. Now the Ansible notes, because this is what I'm going to need, and I've got to keep this stuff up to date as much as possible. So how to use Ansible on my local machines. Power Debian 1 on. For the following steps, I assume the IP address is this. Of what? This isn't even correct anymore. Okay, so this is no longer needed either, because I changed this so that I have... No, I didn't change this. Oh, I need to set my SSH config for that. There's so much to do. Twitch stream dummy key. What is that even used for? Oh, that's used for all of my hosts. I could have my default key be the Twitch stream key. Because here's the issue right now. If I am on this computer and I don't have an SSH key right now, and I try connecting to, let's say, whatever this thing is. So what is this thing? Ifconfig. It's .20. Okay, so if I try connecting to .20, SSH Adam at 192.168.120, it'll ask for my password. So I don't want it to do that. So I would need to say what my default key is. Wait, no, that's not true. No, darn it. I don't know what key this is even trying to connect with. I set it up on this box. Debian. It is local VMs. That's what it's supposed to be. So that's what I should be using here. Setting up Ansible, but the problem is so many problems. Okay, so let's do this. How to use Ansible on my local machine. So SSH agent. I don't think I should really need that. I think I can set it up like this. Let's do I have my local VMs key in here? I don't. So I need that in here. I need the private key in here. Okay, let's try this out. So SCP SSH / local VMs to Adam at 192.168.1.20. I don't think 20 is the right number. It's whatever this thing is. Sudo ifconfig. It's 24. 24 colon tilde. Okay, so I have the private key on this machine now. Next, and I should really write this stuff down. In fact, I should have just, whatever. Setting up the Ansible machine for the first time. And thank you for the follows, MechaJam and D&D Wanted. You'll get whispers from Botlad, by the way. That'll be the link to control my lights if you want to do that. And if not, just ignore it. That's fine. So setting up Ansible on the machine for the first time. One is upload my SSH key for connecting to local VMs. So SCP, this first assume IP address is 192.168.1.24. And then I'm doing this from Windows, really. So then this should go here. And then from Windows, from source machine, also assume source machine is my Windows machine, i.e. the thing I develop on. Okay, so from source machine do this. On Ansible machine, then we need to add that to our authorized host, which we do via this cat command here. No, that's not how I do this. What am I doing? No, I gotta set up my config file. Yeah. Or I could just do this. Let's look at that. SSH config. There's a way to set your private key file, but can I set it for everything? Key. Where is it? Host key. No, I'm not going to do this. Okay, well, getting back to this then. So on Ansible machine, I need to add this to my config file, but there's going to be a whole lot of different hosts in there. Okay, let's go into programs. I have this written in SSH. So on Ansible machine, vim ssh config, type this in, host. Host is actually going to be any number of things here, because I've got to know which ones to use. So host Debian 2, let's say. Host name 192.168.1. let's get whatever the real thing is for right now. Debian 2 is 26. User is Adam. Identity file is local VMs. So then this should be changed to SSH. Yeah, there. All right. So I haven't even done this. Let me do this now and make sure this works. So on this box, I have this in here. Let's just remove it entirely and let's upload it the correct way. I've got to fix a bunch of stuff. This is Node. Yeah, I don't have this open still. Oh, here it is. Okay, there. Good. So then this has been uploaded to the correct spot. Next, vim ssh config. Okay, so I should be able to add something up here. Host, let's say just Debian L1. I'll just, sorry. Okay, host Debian L1. And then what were the other things here? Host name, is this supposed to be tabbed in? I think so. Host name, and that's supposed to be capitalized, is 192.168.126, I believe. I need to put this over here. Yeah, then user Adam and identity file. Okay, cool. So now let's try SSHing in, which did not previously work. And now it should. Assuming that the other, no route to host. I specified 26, but I don't think it was supposed to be 26. It was supposed to be 20. Why did I write 26 on here? Oh, because it was Debian 2, not Debian L2. Okay, let's fix that. It's hard to get everything right here. And then I don't think that this is still going to allow me through because I'm pretty sure I did not set up the public key over there. Still no route to host. Why is it trying to connect to there? Yeah, it's still asking me for my password. Yeah, it does add to the file, laborer. So then all of my other machines need the public key for this. Well, let's just put it on this one. Yeah, that's what I should do. Let's do title, Windows, SCP, SSH, local VMs, .pub, Adam at 192.168.124. Yeah, and then this needs to be an authorized keys. Oh, how tedious can this get? So then here we go back to bash as Adam. Now we should have local VMs. It was already there apparently. So we cat that to SSH authorized keys, which it may have already existed there. It did not, apparently. No, wait, yeah, that's it. Is it the same key? No, it's slightly different. Okay. So then what did I have there before? No, this key has been added twice. I already did have this key there. So, yeah, laborer, you might be right. I'm not positive why this didn't work. No, you know what happened last time? Here's what happened last time. And I don't understand what happened, why this happened exactly. But if I change this to 192.168.120, I think this is going to start to work all of a sudden. Yeah, it worked. It worked. Yeah, but why? That's super weird, right? Why did I couldn't I specify? That is super weird. Big file host. It's ignoring host name, and this is what I think Clone was telling me about earlier. I don't remember if it was Clone exactly, but host name specifies the real host name to log into. This can be used to specify nicknames or abbreviations. The default is the name given on the command line. Numeric IP addresses are also permitted. Host IP host name equals name. Yeah, I thought it was the other way around though. Host restricts the following declarations to the next host keyword to be only for those hosts that match one of the patterns given after the keyword. Huh, yeah, that's true. And it's a pattern, which is really nice. I didn't even realize that actually simplifies a lot of things, huh? Patterns. The following pattern would match in the 0 to 9 range. So I want 192.168.1 dot star, or even star dot star. Yeah, let's try that. So here's what I want. And I gotta write this stuff down over here now too. This is why I should just wait before doing any of this stuff. So I don't even need host name then. This sounds silly. This is dpaste shows part of your SSH config file. Yeah, how did you do this? Why doesn't mine work that way? When I specify a host, weird. Yeah, weird. Because I had it written like this. Well, I can't show you now unless I change this. I think this was something like Debian 1 or something like that. Oh, I see. Oh, man, I'm stupid. I get it. Okay, so note, host is what you would use to SSH. So, for example, if you set host chickens at the top, then you could log into Bitbucket by typing SSH chickens. Okay, and if host name isn't set, then host is the address of the remote. Got it. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. So then I want to change this so that host is really 192.168.star.star. And host name is who cares. It accepts patterns. So if you want to use a local VM's key pair to log into 192.168 addresses, then type 192.168 star star. You can also use this host in SCP, Git, and other stuff then. Yeah, that's really useful. Okay, so then this is already set up. So then anytime I try going to another machine, so if I do SSH Atom at 192.168.120, this should just work, except for the whole unprotected key file thing, which I got to write down in my notes now. Oh, we're getting there. Almost. So on the Ansible machine, type this in, 192.168 star star, get rid of the host name entirely. And then actually the first thing to do is change mod 0600 SSH local VMs. You don't have to specify a user when it has the same username. Yeah, that's actually a good thing to keep in mind. I'll write that down in this note over here. So notes. You don't have to specify a username if you'll be logging in with the same one that you're already using. Hey Lister, yeah, ask your question. And I'm sure someone here can help you out. maybe even me. Although my brain is slowly frying itself. Then I will be adding salt and pepper. And it'll be ready to eat. Alright, so next up here. So this. So change permission of private key so that it's usable. And then modify SSH config so that you don't have to specify a password every time. Good. All lines after first line are tabbed in. Well, that's probably not necessary, is it? Not sure if important. Okay, so first thing, we set up our SSH key, and now we go change change mod 0600 SSH local VMs. Great. Then I SSH into this machine, everything works perfectly. Awesome. Next, I need Ansible on the machine, which, did I even write down how to do that? I probably did over here somewhere. Ansible installation, basics, installing. Yeah, just apt-get install. So I think I can write that down. No. And why is this so weird as far as deleting? There we go. So then the next thing is install Ansible on the machine. Just look at this note. So copy link. So look at this site or this note. And this note refers to Ansible. Need to make a struct named book with a few fields and then 3 functions for adding new books, showing a list of them, and removing one. Data should be kept in an array of structs. I have no idea how to make remove function. And yeah, I think what Spurtman says is correct. If you need to dynamically resize the array so that it only is the size of all of the different elements in it, then you'll need to free it and then make a new array, or malloc and delete, whatever it is. I think I said that wrong. New is paired with delete, and malloc is paired with free, I think. Anyway, that's if you need to keep the array the same size. Okay, so install Ansible on the machine. What else do we need on there? We need the Bitbucket key. Put Bitbucket key on Ansible machine. Yep, great. What else do we need? AWS credentials on the machine. And then finally, AWS credentials on the machine. And then finally, it was this thing, the AWS key file. Put the AWS key file that AWS puts onto each machine to allow SSH. On the Ansible machine. Okay, great. So now I can get rid of this stuff from my notes because I don't need the config file itself anymore. That's totally fine. And then what else needs to be done here? I'll have pretty much everything, it sounds like. I have Ansible. I need the repository. Clone the botlan infra repository. I wonder how I ever did that. Oh yeah, I have that in my config as well. Let me take a look at this really fast. Yeah. Yeah, there should be another host here, bitbucket.org. All lines that don't start with host are tabbed or spaced in. So anyway, host bitbucket.org, user, identity file, oof, looks good. And then what? Then I'm just free to run this command, right? Spurtman. Spurtman is very anti-school, it sounds, and while I think that's okay, I think homework does have some importance to it. Out of curiosity, Adam, do you discuss Botland a lot with the wifey? Does she get it? Is she into it? Yeah, I do. I think this is something that if you start any business, it'd be hard to not talk to your spouse about it. And does she get it? Is she into it? I think she gets it. I think she's into that I'm excited about it, and that when I was working on the prototype for the game, I think every week I would show her, hey, here's what I just worked on. When I started the actual game and I showed her, hey, here's what I'm working on this week, she said, you showed me this like 6 months ago and you worked on it for the prototype. And I said, yeah, but now it's in Botland. So if I'm excited about it, she's usually excited about it. And I don't know, I think she's happy with how things are going and that I'm doing this. Not like I'd just be wasting time if I wasn't doing this, but I would be in a more traditional job, I think. Okay, so the other things I need are then these steps. Follow all of the steps in one of the sections below for using it on AWS or on local machines. So now the SSH agent steps are no longer needed, except for this. What is this needed for? Twitch stream dummy key. Why did I make this? And why did I make it more descriptively named? I don't remember what these were for. I think I made this key so that I could connect to my other VMs, and then I think I just made it again. So if I go into SSH, I think I just have local VMs here. Oh, one was for me and one was for the other one. Oh, right. Twitch stream dummy key. Okay, so Twitch stream dummy key was for me to use to go from VM to VM. Local VMs was the key I made to go from Windows to VMs. And also between VMs. Okay, great. So we don't need this stuff anymore because this would have been set up before. Update hosts to include the overseer's IP addresses. I'll say the endpoint's IP addresses. E.g. the overseers might be on 192.168.150 and the match maker may be on 192.168.160. So this isn't needed. Ansible, playbook, extravars, great. Repo branch equals master. Once on the target machine, you'll want to run these steps. bash, and then source infra. Note infra comes from shell scripts or common scripts, upload common scripts. That's not even the case. It's not there. It was, no, it should be upload common scripts. Where does infra come from? Where does it come from? Here's infra.sh. There it is. Right there. Comes from pull botland infra. Comes from the Ansible install. Then to launch an endpoint, you should be able to do pm2 start pm2.json and pm2 logs. Okay. Once on the target endpoint, you'll want to run these steps. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, so update hosts, yep, blah, blah, blah. And then this, install overseer. This is actually not what this is even called anymore. Or wait, is it? I thought I made, oh, I think I made a playbook that I'm not even, I didn't check in. Test.yaml, yeah, darn it. Yeah, so AWS variable is AWS equals true, of course. Remote user equals EC2 user. Repro branch equals master. Local variables is AWS equals false. Remote user equals Atom. Repo branch equals whatever you want to test on. I probably don't think it's not worth listing it like this. I should just say it like this. Variables. So it's name, or I guess place, name, value. So place is AWS. No, wait, I did this wrong. I can't name these columns. Local, AWS. Then this is name and what am I even doing? God, I think it makes more sense to specify them the way I had them. Let me just write this out. Is AWS equals true? Yeah, I don't think this is really right. I'll just make two different strings. No reason to make a table for this. See below. So then here it's false, and this is Atom, and this is whatever I feel like. Cool. Delete the rest of this. What inspired you to use AWS? I'm using, so first I'll tell you the whole history of this. I was using DigitalOcean and I was paying $5 a month for one VM, and it had half a gigabyte of RAM and it had one core of CPU, and that was fine. I was running Botland the game on there. Then I moved from that to having an account server. And once I needed that, I didn't want to pay $10 a month because my credit for DigitalOcean was running out. So I had signed up for BizSpark, which is a Microsoft program that gives you Azure credit every month for free. And now I was hosting, and this is what's currently hosting Botland. I was hosting a REST server and database on one VM and Botland the game server on another VM. Now the reason I'm using AWS is because I know that it can do the things that I needed to do. And I wasn't sure whether Azure could, and I'm pretty sure looking back on it that yes, Azure probably could, and I have a ton of credit on Azure which would make it pretty much free to develop on and then use in production for a decent amount of time. But I'm going to just kind of be abandoning Azure. But yeah, I am using the free tier of AWS for right now. The problem is I can't fit everything within the free tier. So for example, I can only have, I think, 3 VMs running before I get charged for storage. I can have 5 VMs running before I get charged for compute. I can have 0 DNS before I get charged for DNS. DNS is a flat 50 cents a month plus extra stuff. So a while ago, I showed this on stream. Let me find this. Yeah. I said, that's it, Botland's over, guys. The budget was exceeded. So it's this stuff you see here. I'd spent 55 cents on DNS, and it projected that I was going to be spending 85 cents this month. So eventually, yeah, these prices will get a little bit higher. I might end up having to spend, I don't know. I don't know how much every month. And if it becomes too much, then maybe I should switch back to Azure to try to do stuff. It's going to be rough to do that. Very rough. And yeah, thank you, Labor. Like I said, I think my brain is just slowly frying. It's been a long time. I know how to make tables, I swear. Are you using the full scale of AWS or just... I'm using pretty much, maybe not everything, but I need to set up a VPC. I need to use EC2. I need AMIs. I need DNS. I need their certificate management stuff. I might end up using their code repository. Who knows what else. Hey, Tupperbox. Also, Spurtman, I read that article, and one of their servers had, I think, 584 gigabytes of RAM. That was their database server. Like, one, I am probably not as smart as the people working at Stack Overflow. And two, I can't afford any machine with that much RAM. Yeah. So even if I had the money, I'm saying I probably would not have come to that conclusion, because this is my first foray into large-scale DevOps, and I don't have the money, so it doesn't matter. All right, once on the target endpoint, you want to run these steps. So switch to BL deploy, run bash, source infra. I'll put this note here. Then to launch an endpoint, you should be able to do this. Okay, so that makes sense. Then the only thing I need to do is check in a test.yaml, which is like an install everything. Install all.yaml. And this is going to do whatever it is that test.yaml does, which is simply this stuff. Sounds good. Runs all of the individual install scripts so that you can type a single command instead of many. I don't know how to get this to run in parallel. If you ever have any questions, I'm very fluent with AWS, and I'll be lurking around your chat for a while. Well, thanks, Clone. And yeah, you've already been helpful so far. And I think this is your first day in chat, right? Yeah, 4 hours, 10 minutes. Yeah, there was actually, so everyone in chat, and when I say that, I need to type this out, everyone, not everyone. So this particular person has been helping me out a lot, actually, and that's how I got started with AWS and some of my architecture. And then there's been a whole lot of coding so far, and I just feel like I'm making progress, but it's just at such a slower rate than when I was working on the game. Usually a year is enough for a physical server to become cheaper than a VM or someone else's server. Yeah, although you gain a whole lot by, well, yeah. This is one of those things where if Botland got big enough and I hired someone to help out with this and they say, okay, we should switch to physical servers, I think there's a lot of stuff we'd have to implement and a lot we'd have to look over. And yeah, I am Beast of the Underworld. I'm doing this full time. So the usual question after people ask that is, how does he make money? So I saved up some money before this, and my wife has an income. And DevOps is kind of a pain in the butt. Not entirely. Lease versus buy. Yeah, it is. Okay, so we have install all.yaml. And that's one of the next things that we should run. In fact, we should write that down right here. Install all .yaml extra vars, see below. Wow. Monadic Bind, my understanding is that he left high school and just got a full-time job. I'm assuming through some combination of, yes, reading and doing and possibly even some training. But other than that, I don't think it was like took a class or something. Okay, so did I write all this down? Then the whole git pull and git checkout. Update host. So first is really git pull. In botland infra git pull. If you made changes to a particular branch, then git checkout that branch name to Ansible scripts in a particular branch, then git checkout that branch name. Otherwise, git checkout master is fine. BizSpark is given to small businesses. All you have to do is apply. Yeah, it's given to small businesses, but I will say this. It took 3 applications for me to finally get through. So I'm sure they have a ton of problems. What they're essentially giving out is tens of thousands of dollars of Azure credit. And imagine that you're not a small business and that you don't fit those requirements. That's still pretty significant. I mean, sure, like Microsoft is not going to benefit from $30,000 of cloud credit for that size of a company, but also the way I just said that is ambiguous. But most people would say, oh my God, $25,000 for free, like give me that. And then some people would probably try selling it to other people afterward. So yeah, even though I fit all the criteria, they still didn't let me in the first 2 times. All right, so have I written everything down here? Yeah, cool. No, repo branch is if you're testing something in a local branch. Well, local branch. You still need to push and try all this stuff out, but at least this has been coded now. So that was like a 2-hour sidetrack into being able to test my code. Let's check this in. Checking in a script to install both overseers and matchmakers at once. It's very simple, actually. New to the stream, anybody know what he's doing? So I'm working at Ventus. I'm working on a game called Botland, and what I'm doing right now is the back end of Botland, and there's just a whole lot of stuff. A whole lot of stuff to do. So if you're familiar with DevOps or just the back end of a program in general, then you probably already know what goes into this. If not, I can give you a brief overview of it. All right, so I feel like this is finally done. Setting up DNS locally is something that I might do eventually, but that I'm not going to at all struggle with right now. I'm going to move this stuff up the to-do list again. Yeah. So let's do this. Should go up here. The one weird thing. Okay, yeah, got it. All right, and then let's do this. Good, and then there was a new line down here that no longer needs to be there. That's probably gone. Now here it is. All right, great. And no problem. So the next thing, when registering with the overseer, we should tell it the port that we're running on. Can it know what port that we're running on? Yeah, it does. Because right now we're just assuming that it's 8080, and that's not a good idea, because that's right here. This was hard-coded. So when we create an endpoint, we should probably put in the port, host port. And let's save that off here. This dot host port equals host port. Let's put that here. This dot host port. In fact, we should probably just save this off. This will never change. Yeah, so this dot rest URL equals this thing. then this needs to be passed in, and it is in particular a number, the port that this is running on. Instead of doing DNS locally, could you just use host files? The problem is I'd have host files across like 8 different machines. So yeah, I think it'd be possible. Hey, Sound of Gaming. It has been a while. How are you doing? I guess that's one of the things Ansible could probably do is just set up the host file for me. But still, I think it'd be tedious. I think setting up DNS would be tedious as well. So that's why I'm just going to try to avoid it for a while. Now, next, every time I make an endpoint, which is in one place, so this is pretty easy, I need to specify a host port, which will be given to us in the register. I now realize how stupid this is. Okay, fine. Well, we'll just tack this on the end. This is not very extensible, but that's okay. We'll later fix it. Yeah, register endpoint should probably just take all this stuff in as a bundle of params. That way they can be passed everywhere. I can always make that change later. Okay, so then register endpoint is called from the REST server. Register endpoint, right there. Remote address and remote port. And the remote port is not something that we have, but we can probably get it. And how do we do that? We can also put an override port here too. Host port. How do we get this? It's connection.remote address. Maybe there's a port. I don't know that I've seen a person use Sublime Text on a Windows machine before. Hey, Severica. You may use pfSense as your virtual router. Yeah, okay. I should at least write that down. I could use pfSense as my virtual router. And Sound of Gaming, I've been doing well. There was one day a couple of weeks ago where I was not doing well. I think it was just, it had been a long week of not making progress on Botland, and it just got to me a lot. And so as long as I'm making progress, I feel like, okay, good. Things are worth doing. It's worth tackling this stuff. And every once in a while, that sense comes to an end. Apparently once every 5 or 6 months. Let's hope it's at that frequency and not any more frequent. Okay, so this, I don't know how to obtain this. So let's just say remote port equals 8080. Also, it should probably be a number, which means, well, let's inspect the request. It might not even have this information in it. It's going to be annoying. Okay, let's try this. Hopefully this runs. And this is in the REST server, so I guess I need to run this too. Will this print out? Yes, nice. Okay, good. So let's see, do we have a port in here? Would this even, it'd be an outgoing port. No, what am I doing? The other thing that just needs to specify what port it's listening on. Yeah, because this is, yep, this is the incoming port. Yep. Well, that's okay. We'll just make them specify it no matter what. So there's no such thing as an override here. Oh wait, host. No, that's us. Yeah, in fact, there's no other way for this to work. Yep. Well, realizing that, we can just do this here. So let's do this. Remote port. And since this, yeah, we'll do it this way. Host port. And it's probably not necessary for this thing to be set. I can't see a case where it wouldn't be. This is the port where they're running their REST server. Do you have a streaming schedule or just whenever? I stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday from 9 to 5. And for you to get an idea of what time it is in relation to you, it is currently 4:05 for me right now. So I'm going to be streaming for the next hour or so. So then tomorrow I'll be on. So 17 hours from now I'll be online. And yeah, it's sort of a normal work week. I think by Wednesday, when it's hour 20 of streaming that week, that it gets to be a little less productive. And by the way, if you ever want to find any of the recaps for Botland, or you want to find, well, really, you can find pretty much all the information about Botland by just going to, thankfully, the name of the game is also a URL, bot.land. You can find everything on this site. And those recap videos, other than lately, I've been trying to do them once a week. Now I'm not so sure. I don't know if I want to do recap videos for DevOps stuff. It's not the most interesting. It's not the most interesting to even put together a video. I can't imagine what it's like to watch it. Anyway, we have the remote port here, and that has to be specified via host port, which means that the other end of this needs to call into it. So where do we do that? I just deleted this thing. I think in Matchmaker. Yeah, here. So we just need to say host port. If we specify this as a number, does it make it to us as a number? This isn't even how this works anyway. We need to, in REST client, know where our REST server is running. Matchmaker main. So REST server port. It is kind of weird that this needs to know that too. I wonder if there's some other way for us to get it short of just looking at the process environment. I don't want to do it that way. So I'll just say REST server port is a number. The whole reason this is taken in is because during the registration process, we need to tell the overseer which port we're listening on. I don't think this is really necessary. I think if we just say everything runs on port 8080, we'd be fine. But then we can't put two different services on the same machine. And I don't have a problem with that really, but this is how we're doing things, so fine. And yeah, no problem, bees. Explain Botland to me. I don't know if you saw the video or not, but this video does a pretty good job of explaining it. I'll show it off right now really quickly. So right now, Botland is currently playable. It's an online multiplayer strategy game that centers on automation. So you can see the game just playing itself in the background right now. And I'll connect and you can actually watch me play it. Ignore all this stuff for right now. The UI is not super important. So the way that the game works is you make bots using pieces of hardware. I have EMP, missile, shield, and again, the UI is not finished yet. This game's been in development for almost 6 months now. And there's just been a lot of different stuff I've been working on. So let's pick something that I can show you without needing someone else in the game for. So let's go with this one, landmines, artillery, and reflect. And then as far as writing automation goes, there are a couple of ways to do this. One is visually, using this Blockly interface that I have. And you don't even need to, if you wanted to get really granular with this, you could put individual if statements down and you could say something like, if, what do I want? If my lasers are going to hit, then fire my lasers. But in general, we know what it is that you'd want to use. So you can mostly just go into snippets and find everything here. So first I can say, I have artillery, so let's try firing that. I can lay landmines, so let's try that out. I might want to pursue enemies if I can, or maybe I want to pursue resources or something along those lines. And if none of that works, let's just move around randomly. So here's my bot. Actually, I also have reflect on my bot, so let me put that in there too. So if the enemy exists, let's try reflecting first. So I'm going to make this bot, and let's deploy it into the arena. So you can see that they're laying landmines, and they're moving around, because there are no enemies right now. In fact, I don't even think, other people are connected. Well, if one of the people who's connected wants to put down bots, please do so. And that's it. And so these bots now work according to the script that I gave them, and they'll continue to do so until they die, and then I could choose to deploy new bots, or I could change my strategy, just something like that. And like I said, you could use this visual interface. You could also just use straight up JavaScript. This is actually a subset of JavaScript. You can't do everything that you might want to do. And you play in a 3 versus 3 in the game, and whoever has the most points at the end wins. Until they die, yeah. So what I like is that there's a lot of different stuff you can do as far as strategies go. So if you just look here at the offense list, there's lasers, there's missiles, there's artillery, there's melee, there's something called zapper, there are landmines, there's a bunch of support abilities you have. Reclaiming is how you get resources. I won't go into this in too much detail. There's cloaking, there's reflecting, there's EMPing, and you can choose what you want to EMP. So you can disable other people's hardware specifically. You can shield yourself. You've got teleportation. You can just move around. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do. There's a lot of interesting strategies we've already seen emerge, and yeah, it's just I'm pumped up. I can't wait until this thing finally. I've had another 3-4 months to put into it, and it looks a little bit better, and it has real games being played, and I can't wait to see what people do. And so hopefully people want to play the game, because otherwise it will invalidate the last year and a half in my mind. I know I still gain things from it and everything, but I'd still feel like, yeah, I'd like this to succeed. So yeah, and like I said, it's playable right now, although it costs loyalty points, which you gain relatively slowly in chat. So for example, Social Outcast, you probably have a few. And it costs, I think, 50 right now. Yeah, you have 15. Graphics aren't good enough, please fix. So yeah, the graphics we've been working on. This is the last video I have on graphics, which was the concept art video. It's relatively old now, and I'm hoping, actually there's a meeting tonight that we're going to have where we're going to talk more about this. So this was 3-ish months ago, and this video goes over just sort of some pen and paper sketches or some digital artwork that we talked about. So if you're interested in that, check out this video. It's one of the few that is actually relatively long. It's 9.5 minutes. I try to keep them as short as possible, but this was something I just ripped directly from the stream. Okay, anyway, I'm now sending across the host port. And that should be it. That should be enough for this thing to know how to communicate with us. Let me think about this. Yeah, so the only way for me to test this, let me try this route that I just made. Yeah, that's true, Social Outcast. Yeah, and actually, I really like, one of the core features of Botland is the concept of the 7-slot system. So most hardware is level 1, level 2, or level 3. So lasers, for example, level 1 might be range equals 3, damage equals 300 or something. I'm kind of making up numbers. These might be realistic, who knows. So maybe it looks something like that. And then some hardware is locked at level 2 or level 3. So teleport, for example, is always level 2. Just teleports 5 tiles away. Because scaling this is pretty tough. Like, what does a level 3 look like? Teleport 7 tiles away? Is that overpowered? I don't know. So we just lock in some of our hardware. So when you make a bot, you can say, okay, I like lasers level 3, and I like teleport level 2, and I have 2 slots left because I have 7 slots total. And maybe you put cloaking level 2. Or maybe you say, okay, let's put armor level 1 and regen level 1. Let's put, I don't know, you can keep changing these. There are a lot of different possibilities. And there are a lot of different kinds of lasers too. So lasers is just straight up damage. Just damage. Vampiric lasers would be less damage, but also lifesteal. And there's something else. What else? We have Inferno lasers, which is almost like no damage, but sets target on fire, which the fire does damage to them afterward. Or like very little damage, I should say. And then the fire is what does damage. Mind if I ask how you set up the awesome point system? That's a great metagame idea to garner support for the game. The point system is from Phantom Bot, and it's a built-in feature. And I don't know why I exactly set it up to begin with. I think I just set up the bot and then found out I had points in it. Saphirico says, great way to keep people involved with development. I love the system. It's really smart. Would you mind if I use a similar system? Credits to be given in the description, of course. What system exactly? The point system? I mean, chances are I don't mind if you use something you see. I wouldn't like it if you copied Botland exactly. That would be a no-no. Oh, the point system. Yeah, no, I'm not the one who came up with that. That is, like I said, that's just a basic feature in Phantom Bot, and I'm sure a lot of other bots do this too. You tied the points into buying the game on your website? Oh, yeah. So that's something I did. That I wrote. There's been a lot of work that went into that. And that system is also kind of tied into the light system. So when you see people change my lights, that's not points related, but it was related to the bot that I had started to write for that. There's a lot has happened in 6 months. Let me put it that way. The stream has been growing. I just ordered a new computer yesterday, so I'm hoping that the stream quality gets better within a week. I also ordered honey sticks, so I will not be coughing as much, hopefully. Also, I just love honey sticks. So let's try this. I'm going to put this on a different branch. We're going to do the switch checkout and go to, I'm going to make a test branch. Let's call this test branch. Ad hoc test branch. No, test branch sounds like it's for something else. Ad hoc test. Yeah. Okay, so I have this. Now I would want to push the code that I have, knowing that I haven't committed it yet. So it's been pushed. Now I should be able to use this. Let's try this out. Actually, first, let's kill anything that's already running. PM2 kill, PM2 kill. Good and good. It's spawning the demon in order to kill the demon. That's kind of stupid, but... Oh, wait, whoa, what am I doing? No, never mind. That was on the wrong machine. Whoops. PM2 kill. PM2 kill. Okay, so let's close out of DebianL3. I haven't needed this all day, and I don't need that anymore either. So at this point, we're going to run this. I haven't changed the Ansible script, so I can just say repo branch equals ad hoc test. And I believe just run this. Hopefully it works. Okay, here we go. Computer build stream. So that's nearly impossible. I'm upgrading my computer, not building a new one. So the only thing that would be able to even capture the video would be my laptop. And I don't think that can handle it. I mean, maybe I try that. But yeah, like I said, I'd have to be streaming from my laptop, so yeah, I'm not sure how it would work. Oh, cool, it connected. And do we know the port? Do we? I didn't print it out. Or did I? Wait, what? No. No. Where's the endpoint monitor? I did print it. Host port right there. Is this not getting to this function then? No, it would say undefined. It's not good. That's not good. Okay, so this should start failing health checks. It's not even doing that, is it? No, this is bad. This is really bad. Oh wait, no. I'm mistaken. I need a PM2 kill the process. But either way, this did not print out a port in endpoint monitor. Yeah, and I think it would have printed undefined had that thing been undefined. Let's take a look at the code. I have a feeling... Where's my root set up here? This. So... Or, what if this failed? No, this didn't fail. Vim endpoint monitor. And what line is this? 84? Yeah, it doesn't have my updated code. Oh, so this is on the wrong branch, isn't it? Git branch. Ad hoc test. What's going on? Did I not commit? I forgot to commit. Oh my god. Alright. I'll stop whining. Did you pick the parts on stream? No, I had help from Digitay and Noob for Lunch. And also, wow, that PC part picker site is really good. I should have looked at it on stream because all I did was go to the URL and I thought, oh, okay, whatever, I'll just save this for later. But I went to it and I'm pretty impressed. They have a pretty good interface. They tell you about compatibility issues. They try to find the best price for you. They tell you about promotions. You can save builds if you want. You can share them with other people. It almost sounds like I'm sponsored by them, but I'm not, because that would involve taking money from people. By the way, that's another thing I looked into for a very long time yesterday, is how to accept donations and how to get all that set up and not get chargebacks. I actually found something really interesting. Take a look at this. Wait, let me figure out where I wrote this down. Where did I write this down? Oh yeah, donations. Okay, yeah. So this is the stuff I wrote down yesterday. So GameWisp is a service that was supposed to allow subscriptions and tips. But then one of the administrators of GameWisp itself said, we used to do tips and donations as well, but the chargebacks were so bad that we had to shut that feature down. I was pretty surprised about that. Granted, they probably processed a lot more donations than I would ever process, so I might not have that much of a problem, but okay. Well, we have the port here. I need to commit this and then try this out. And hopefully the history would be entirely... How do I do that? As long as I have no fast forward set, I think I can just check this stuff in arbitrarily. Yeah, and then just be careful about how I merge things. So, right, I'll say added host port. I'll just say that for now. So we push this. Add a disclaimer, dispute with PayPal. You're saying add a disclaimer if people want to donate, say you realize what you're doing, I don't provide any refunds, then dispute it with PayPal. That works when they do a PayPal dispute, but there's another kind which is a credit card chargeback, which is above PayPal. Anyway, I don't know. If I do this, I think no matter what, I just need to say there's a certain amount of time I'm going to have to spend on people trolling. There's a certain amount of risk I take, a certain amount of money I could lose, and then I just do it. And if those risks become too great, then I stop. Where do you store your repo? It's on Bitbucket, because I didn't think I saw it on GitHub issue log. What am I doing here? PM2 kill, and then we run this. Okay, there we go. Oh, I forgot to type in the password. Okay, a chargeback is where they get you. Well, yeah, I mean, not allowing someone to donate, I think that's another thing I would probably do. If you don't have at least like 24 hours or 48 hours in my stream, then I wouldn't allow a donation. And I need to hold the money in the account for whatever, 6 months anyway before I can use it. There's just a lot of stuff to keep in mind there. Okay, so now the matchmaker is going to start up. It'll connect to us. It'll register. So we should see that happen. There it is. Perfect. And we got a port from them too. So now when we close this thing, so PM2 kill, we'll see that the health check fails. Perfect. Great. Great. That's exactly what I wanted to see. So then this is all working just fine. We should probably make sure that... No, this is fine. Yeah, I think this is fine. So at this point, I want to change back to the master branch and check this in. So let's see if I learned how to do this well enough. I change to this. Okay. I click merge over here. I click no fast forward, no commit. And I think I want to set these things in Tortoise Git by default. So now I can commit the things that changed, which are going to be this. And I don't want to say merge branch here. Well, let's see what happens. I'm just going to write in added a port. Let me look through this from the beginning. REST server port. Yeah, good. REST client. I kind of want to put another caveat here. REST client here. So this is the port of the REST server running on this machine. It's needed for the sake of /register on the overseer. Create a portal where you have to log in via Twitch and it checks your time and channel. Well, I think instead of even making a portal, I think what I was going to do is just, if someone wants to donate, then they just whisper me, I'd like to donate, and I check their time. And if their time is 48 hours. That way I don't need to do anything. I don't need to set up an automated thing. I'm so ambivalent about donations in general. I think it can go either way. Either it's a thing that sort of cheapens the stream and I feel like a sellout, or it's something that never mind. It's not really worth talking about. I'm either going to do it or I'm not going to do it. So I guess I'm going to have to justify it either way. Use the bot to do it. Yeah, I think I'd probably just handle it manually at first. And yeah, Mike, that's why I'm thinking it may not be, well, I don't think it'd be a lot of trouble actually. Because it would literally just work like this. Hey, how do I donate? I do time. And then I say, so let's whisper, here's the link. And that's it. So I think it would take a little bit. But. And yeah, clone, that happens on Twitch. I think any site where you can anonymously interact with someone else and know a little bit about them, you're gonna have trolls on it. So it's not like it's just a Twitch thing. Obviously, we've seen it on Reddit and forums and everywhere else. And even if there's not anonymity, I mean, people are jerks on Facebook too. So yeah, Noob for Lunch was saying he got charged a lot of money from chargebacks. Yeah. I could comment that differently if I want. I don't think it's very important. And the endpoint monitor, yeah, we just passed host port everywhere. If I ever make this change again, I'm going to just turn it into a bundle of options. So the host port is now specified. Yeah, specified. The host, okay, so when an endpoint registers itself with the overseer, it will send the port on which the endpoint's REST server is running. That way the overseer knows how to query health. I thought about Patreon, and I went to the site last night. One of the problems I ran into is that I couldn't figure out how much money they take. I also didn't know, I think Patreon is the kind of site where you have to set up tiers. So if I get, let's say, if you donate, let's say $10 a month, then you get this level of thing. And if you donate $20 a month, you get this level of thing. And I have no idea what I do for that stuff. Because this isn't, and I think a lot of Twitch streamers, if you're doing games, you could have something like, oh, you get to pick the game for the last hour or something like that. But what do I do as a developer? Like, my main thing is making this game, and I don't know what kind of rewards I could give out. Hey, Bako. So this was a merge from the other branch. I'm gonna hit OK here, and then we're gonna take a look at what happened with the history. Or at least I'm gonna take a look on the other screen for a sec. Infra, what is it? Git log dash dash graph, or is it? Yeah, there we go. So this shows, yeah, it does show the history in the other branch. Let me take a look over here. So if I say show log, what do I see? Yeah, master points to this. So can I only show things from master here? What does this button do? No. It's not super important. It's just these things that I test in an ad hoc fashion, I don't want to show up in the history because they're just going to pollute things. Maybe there's a better way to do this. Maybe I just shouldn't worry about it. Tiers aren't required. Oh, I didn't know that. Pretty sure you don't have to have tiers or anything like that for Patreon. So, and yeah, I think, okay, so noob for lunch, I think that sort of thing, those are good. Yeah, those could exist. Part of the issue though is that, so here's, okay, so Xtonomous, the company, is myself and Ian as the co-founders. And stream donations, I've already talked to Ian about this, they're just me. This has nothing to do with the business. So for me to give you stuff in the game is pretty weird since the donations are just for me as a person, not for my company. And see you, clone. Oh, time to leave for work. I wonder what time zone you're in. Anyway, I'll have to look into that too. Did I write this here? Look into Patreon. I don't have to provide tiers. Does anyone know how much money they take from, let's say you got $100. Do they take what? 10% of it? 3%? Like, on what order of magnitude is it? I guess there are only 2 orders of magnitude it could be. Single digit or double digit. Otherwise, they're taking more money than you've actually acquired. All right, so then this worked. I can cross this off. And I don't know if that's more hassle than it's worth. 5%? 5%. Yeah, that's not so bad. I'll have to look into it. Successfully processed pledges. Okay. Plus normal 2.9%. Oh, plus 2.9% plus 30 cents per transaction. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look into it. Yeah, I'll think about it. Because part of this, if you guys look at the specs thing that I just set up today, so that the last little bit there is a link to the computer that I bought, or rather, the computer I bought plus the one that I currently have. So you can see the total amount I spent yesterday was $750, and like this is a personal computer, so it's not like I spent it just for the sake of this. But if I wasn't streaming, I would not need to have bought this. That would have been, yeah, wouldn't have needed it. So yeah, I'm hoping that this computer lasts for a while. Okay, let me go use the bathroom really fast. Then I'm going to tackle maybe 1 or 2 more of these things and then call it a day. So I'll be right back. Adam had to get a written note from his wife saying goodbye. Oh man, I can only imagine what it'd be like if you lived in a relationship where you needed written permission for something. I think the only time that happens is with something government related. You need someone else's signature. So make the overseer query the health of the matchmakers and handle failover. So this first part is done. The handle failover part is not done. In fact, I never tested this with 2 matchmakers. Who's playing with his lamp? I can tell you who it was. It was Bako and Herpelaborer. And yeah, that's it. And Herpelaborer only pressed 1 button, and it was color lights random. Yeah. Which, by the way, coloring the lights random won't work while they're on color loop like this. In fact, here, for anyone who's unfamiliar, this is what you see when you follow me, and you can click these things and change my lights. However, you can't change them when they're on color loop. So let me change just one of these to off. I think it's one of those back there. So yeah, that one obviously, the one that just turned orange. So then you can change it, and then random will work. So you could see it changing in the background there. And I'll just turn color loop back on. So there. Okay, so this means the overseer needs a rest client. That's already done. Querying the health needs to have a very reasonable timeout, even on Linux. Make sure to test this out. That's already pretty much done. Oh yeah, multiple lights. There's actually, so the 4th one is in a place you guys can't see. I have to do this if you want to see it. I thought that was a window. So set up a second matchmaker. And handling failover. There's no, well, okay, any failover thing that happens, I can't do when it's running locally, other than just signal that it happened. Let me take a look at something. Matchmaker rest server. Oh no, endpoint monitor. That's where there are all these to-do items. Wait, the middle thing isn't a window? No. Wait, what? Noob for Lunch, you've seen this stream a bunch of times. You're talking about that? That's a door. You gotta be kidding me. Look, it's a door. See? It opens up. Wouldn't you have seen... Never mind. Whatever. Never mind. Alright, so tell secondary endpoint that it's been promoted. That assumes that there are 3 endpoints that are connected here. Yeah, so let's try all this out. I know, I shouldn't rub it in anymore. Failfish squared. Don't open the door. Yeah, that's the murder closet. Okay, so let's connect to Debian L3. And then, what is this? Sudo ifconfig. This is, oh, it says right up there, 122. Okay, so 122. Let's set this up. Vim host. We're gonna make this be a matchmaker as well. And then let's do screen good. This will be BL deploy, sudo su BL deploy, which you don't even have yet. So I've actually got to go close these other things down. PM2 kill, PM2 kill. And now we just start this up. And this can be master again. And this command really probably should be saved somewhere. Run local and run, yeah. Save a shell command for running Ansible. I don't know, this could get really ridiculous if I do that. What kind of to-do is that? It's cool. It is plain tasks. Okay, let's run this. So this will trigger, let's do a few things actually. It'll be interesting to see if this works. So I don't even have PM2 over here. So it's setting up the overseer right now. And now it's starting. Good. So now this is running. Perfect. Now it's going to install on both of the other machines. However, I think it does them sequentially. And since the second machine that I just set up will have changed on all of these, it's going to take a lot longer. Oh, it created the user. So I can do this now. Bash source infra. Perfect. So PM2 logs. This won't work until it's been installed. And it clearly hasn't been installed yet. Come on. Yeah, how long is it going to take? Oh, apparently much longer. I would have been there for another 20 seconds pressing that. Package JSON in the REST server. REST client. And then it gets to PM2, I think. No, not working. Oh, that's a very fast one. Yeah, here we go. Installing PM2. So I'm just waiting for this thing to finish. There it goes. Now I can run this. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. Oh, it already happened. Okay, so see how this says REST body master state 1 and this says 2? That means that this one is the master. The higher number means master. And this one is the secondary. And then this one got a registration from both of them. So 191.168.121 got master and 122 got secondary. Okay, great. Now if I were to kill the master, then something would happen, and I'm not really totally sure what. What does happen here? Nothing, because I don't know that it failed. Well, that was insightful. Are you sitting or standing? I'm standing right now. I have commands for everything, by the way. So to get this to work, Endpoint Monitor has all of this right here. Oh, this is on registration. Oh, right. Did I write any of this stuff down? When it tries registering, yeah, I did write it all down right here. So this is on failover. I need to make sure to code this. Hey again, Horforia. Judge Bacon did a great job, by the way. So on failover, and that's what I'd started to write here. That is right here. Endpoint failed health check. To do, handle failure. Thanks, past Adam. So health check failed for endpoint get name. I think this should have a better, this should have a toString or something like that. Yeah. Oh, there's a get ID function that's not even used. Huh. Interesting. So let's do this. toString. Return this dot name. This dot, actually it should really stringify this. Endpoint types. I don't want to do this. This dot master state as string equals master state dot convert to string. This dot master state. This hasn't been included yet, so I need to get that too. We'd get that from constants, and I don't know if, yep, no, there it is. Okay, cool. So I have the master state as a string. So let's do, how do we want this to print? This would be like matchmaker, probably like that, master matchmaker. So this dot, so master matchmaker, and then would we want any other information here? Maybe the version? V, this dot version. a version number, e.g. 1.2.3. This does not include the letter V in it. Adam, is it okay if I whisper you something really quick? Yeah, sure. So master matchmaker v 1.2.3. And is there any other part of this I'd want to print out? Host address maybe? Probably the host address. And the port? Maybe I just print the rest URL? No, host address and port sounds good. 192.168.12:80:80. No, the port's not really important. Let's just do that then. This dot host address. And we may say, yeah, let's lump all that together inside square brackets. Okay, good. So health check for endpoint failed. And I think this automatically calls the toString, but let's find out really quickly. If I make a class person, constructor, shouldn't matter, and then a toString, return Adam. So I am the only person. Adam equals person, well, new person, console.log. This is a test Adam. Does this stringify it? Yes, it does. Okay, good. Just a sec, I'm responding to Noob for lunch. Okay. So health check for endpoint failed, and it'll stringify this, which is good. But then based on what kind of endpoint we are, we might need to fail over. So if endpoint.get endpoint type equals endpoint types.matchmaker. So this is that the matchmaker failed. So we could make another function for this like I'd been doing before. This dot matchmaker failed. Health check. Else logger.error. We don't have a failed. We don't have a failure handler for that kind of endpoint. So then here we need this. Okay. When it fails, if it's the secondary, we need to know whether it's a secondary or not. So const was master equals endpoint.get master state equals master state.master. So if was master, then we have to promote it. That's pretty important, and that has to happen in more than one spot actually. So check if we have a secondary one so we can promote it. Yeah, this happens here too. And then if it does exist, tell secondary endpoint that it's been promoted, tell other endpoints. Yeah, this is going to be more involved than I have time for, I think. But I'll start to code it anyway. Also, one of the other things I want to make sure to do is get this on AWS tomorrow. Try this out. So for now, let's see. I think we say promote. No, maybe we make a. Let me think about this. Existing endpoint. Okay, here's what I wanted to write. And I think this is a redundant function at this point. But I could say something like this. Promote secondary matchmaker. And that's where some of this stuff can happen, which in particular is this. So if we have a secondary matchmaker, promote it to master. So get the secondary endpoint. First update DNS. So get the failover address. We have a failover matchmaker running on failover address, promoting that to master. So this should really say logger.info promote was called. That way we know where we started this at least. And if we don't have one, then we need to know logger.error. We don't have a failover matchmaker running. This is a fatal error. Then this stuff, tell the secondary one that has been promoted. That's important. Tell any other endpoints that has been promoted. Then tell the master that it is the secondary. This only needs to be done down here. Right here. So I think what we can say is this dot promote secondary matchmaker, and then tell the master that it is the secondary. This should be done automatically below if we promoted the secondary to master. But if we didn't, maybe it's not done below. I don't know, but this stuff can be deleted now. And hey, Antoine, thanks for following. Tell secondary endpoint that it's been promoted. This is still stuff we can't, well, we could do it actually, and we need to handle this at some point. Handle the to-do items in endpoint monitor.js. This is mostly around promoting matchmakers. Always nice to see programmers on Twitch. Yeah, and by the way, if you're wondering at all about what Botland's about, there's a video for you. Normally I could just show it on stream, but I've been working on the back end for so long that the front end code has been stagnating a bit. So promote secondary matchmaker would need to be called from here. If was master, then promote secondary matchmaker. Else it's an error, logger.error. The secondary matchmaker went down. To do eventually send an email out about this. We don't really have to tell anyone else though. Already watched it? Oh wow, cool. Yeah, what do you think? I'm excited to try this on AWS. I think this will work. Telling the secondary has been promoted, tell any other endpoints that it was promoted. There are no other endpoints. I guess I should say, this includes the other overseer, which I don't think I can even do from here. I have a REST client, yeah. Which means we'll need a way to communicate back to the TCP server, perhaps a pub sub. We're just using main. Antoine says, it seems nice. Well, that's good. Yeah. And it is playable now, although it costs loyalty points, and the number of points drops as the days go on. And see you, Safirico. Thanks for joining. Yeah, this stream is just about winding down. I think I've been online for 7 hours and 56 minutes. I started almost exactly at 9 o'clock this morning. And I want to see, is there anyone I should host after this? So I'm not going to finish this tonight, I think. This is going to take some time. Let's see who's online. I think I'll leave you guys with chronic sauce tonight. Yeah. I just want to finish up what I was doing here as much as possible. So let's take a look at the to-do list. So save a shell command. This is where I left off. So we should definitely say this up here. Make the overseer, query the health, and handle failover. So where I left off. Then I want to test this on AWS. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna burn down the last couple minutes here. I think I'll leave you guys with chronic sauce. Those of you new to the stream, welcome. Thank you for watching. And as always, I will be back on tomorrow. Let me host chronic sauce. Yeah. All right, well, take care, everyone. I'm going to just kind of I'm going to give it about 20 seconds for this to buffer, so maybe you'll see this. Whatever. There might be some dead time. I might cut myself off while I'm talking. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks again for watching.